For those who are new or unfamiliar with my content, I would like to give a disclaimer. Slow Damage has an extremely self-destructive main character, and his nonchalant comments about his lack of concern for himself does trigger my nervous laughter. If you'd like to view my content that covers darker and triggering subjects like this one, please consume it responsibly and know that this content is not for minors. I want to emphasize that if you experience any of the severe symptoms that Towa does, I highly encourage that you seek professional help rather than view this playthrough. Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to Slow Damage Part 22. Good evening, everybody, welcome back. Last we left off, where were we? We were kind of in an in-between area. Taku has found Towa on the floor. He has discovered the bunny toy, and it is making Taku buck wild. And Towa is like, Taku's lying. I know Taku. And I'm like, Taku. Oh, Taku. You know, Taku puts me through it, honestly. Even during his route, he was putting me through it. I'm like, Taku, I can't right now. Anyway, so yes, last part, to put it more simply, we started the final route, the true route, Fujieda's route. They don't even say Fujieda's name, they literally just call it the last chapter. I'm having the time of my life. And I'm just like, every time you guys are probably just like, just keep clicking, and I'm just like, give me the information. I'm like shaking these characters, like, give me the information. so let's just get down to business. Let's do it to it. All right, let's see what we find out today. The next day, I was sitting at the easel staring at the floor and utterly failing to make any progress on the painting when I heard a knock at the door.
急にすみません。
Oh, Arimura. The door opened a crack, and in peeked Arimura. This was a rare sight since he hardly came up here. He glanced around and grimaced. Apparently he wasn't impressed with the state of my room.
一応伝えておいた方がいいかと思って。
何？
今朝、トワさん宛ての郵便物が届いてたんです。それで、そのことを村瀬先生に伝えたら、俺が渡すと言って持って行かれたんですけど。
He is high. Taku!
Yeah.
At this he averted his eyes anxiously.
そうですか。郵便物のことを伝えたとき、先生の様子がいつもと違うというか、少しおかしいように感じたので気になって。
Taku!
トワさんに確かめた方がいいかと思ったんです。
Taku.
わかった。
Arimura, take back everything I said. Everything I said in the beginning, I take it all back. You're the real homie. I rose to my feet and quickly headed to the door.
助かった。
He said thanks to Arimura. At this, his expression went blank and he averted his eyes. He and I had never gotten along swimmingly, but for once he had done me a huge favor. I went downstairs to the first floor, down the hall, and into the exam room. I didn't see Taku, but I could smell something burning, so I looked over at the sink. No! There I could see someone in a white lab coat with his back turned. It was Taku. I called out to him as I approached, and he whirled around. No! How dare you! In the sink was a stack of papers currently on fire. Nearby was an open envelope. Instantly, I knew it was the mail Adamura had mentioned.
Omae.
Yeah, knock him out! I grabbed him by the shoulder and yanked him towards me and punched him in the face. He staggered back a few steps and slammed into the counter. Snuff it out! Snuff it out! I shoved him out of the way and peered into the sink. More than half the paper had already caught fire. I hastily turned on the faucet and extinguished the fire. Then I whirled around and punched Taku again. He hung his head, clutching at his bleeding lip with one hand. Explain! I'm never gonna find out. Oh, I will knock you out, Taku. I snatched up the now waterlogged papers and shot him a venomous, seething look. He mumbled the words with a pained grimace on his face. I kicked the chair over as hard as I could, then grabbed the empty envelope off the table and ran out of the exam room. Out in the hall, I encountered a very perplexed Adamura. He must have heard the commotion and come to investigate. I walked past him silently, cut through the waiting room, and left the building. I stormed straight to the park, walked up to an empty bench, and sat down. As I caught my breath, I examined the envelope and what remained of its contents. Sure enough, the envelope had my name on it. I'm reading the paper. 1/3 of each page had long since burned to ash, but the rest was barely legible. Like the torn page sent to me earlier, they seemed to list my scars in detail. Then I encountered the name Kirihara. Kirimizu! The headshot photo rose up in my mind. Was this potentially a major clue about Kirihara? The thought made me furious with Taku for trying to burn my stuff behind my back. According to Asakura, it was possible Ikuina and Kirihara had inflicted wounds on me as well. I couldn't bear to sit still, so I rose from the bench. I thought maybe I could find out more if I tried asking Ikuina. Problem being, I didn't actually know where he was. All I knew was that he had been sent to a different hospital after his euphoric episode. So I pulled out my cell phone and dialed Eiji's number. I was hoping he could find out for me.
Hi. Towa-san, どうしたんですか?
生稲隆という男が今どこにいるのか調べてほしい。
Oh my gosh, here we go.
ちょっと待ってくださいね。生稲隆さんですね。
ああ。
他にも何か情報があればぜひ。
住んでるマンションはメゾンソレイユ3号棟の1403花屋の店員だ。ルーストのブログにフレーズって名前で作品を投稿して。
なるほど、調べてみますね。何か分かったら連絡します。
それと今から男の画像を送る。そいつの情報も欲しい。名前は桐原だ。
さっきより難易度アップしましたね。名前と画像だけだと絞り込む。
You never know, baby. Just give me a go. Just give me a go. Give it a go, Eiji.
僕はノーとは言いません。とりあえずやってみます。それにしても急にどうしたんですか? 何か事件でも。
Don't worry about it. It's my hobby. He seemed to read my silence because he hastily continued.
いいです。今度ルーストで一杯おごってくださいね。
I got you, boo. Don't you worry.
それじゃまた連絡します。
Hi. With the phone call over, I let out a breath. The warning bells in my head were getting louder and louder. Don't remember. Don't dig any deeper. I don't care. I'm sorry. Okay. I mean, in Towa's case, it's kind of, no matter what trauma it is, it's unfair. If Towa wants to know, he's allowed to know. And for Taku to lie when it's not Taku's place because Taku's not Towa's parent. And Towa's really in the dark. So you know, there are things he doesn't know because of the amnesia and the trauma, but it's like, and so even though the voice in his head keeps saying don't remember, once again, it is very unfair. It's a hard place to be because we've kind of like we've kind of learned that Towa is like very damaged physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. You know, Towa has experienced a lot, and it's why he's it's why he's so mentally I don't want to say deranged. I want to say he's mentally like unstable. Even though he was very calm in like the first half of the game for the most part. Towa is essentially like damaged. Slow damaged. I don't want to say damaged goods either, but it is kind of like he's a plastic box case that has like fallen on the ground and has so many cracks on it, you don't know what it used to look like, right? And I don't even think the plastic can maintain its original shape. That's what I mean. And Towa has the right to decide if he wants to face his past, if he wants to face his own pain, and it's not Taku's decision. You know, Towa, unfortunately, sometimes we have to let people choose what's best for them, and it's unfair for Taku to try and burn the letters that were being given to Towa. So, man, this chapter really makes you like emotionally pull with Taku, because Taku, I can understand Taku's position, but it's also not fair. I understand Taku wants to protect Towa, but he's not explaining it to Towa. So how is he gonna be like, just be like, you shouldn't remember, it's not something you should remember. It's like, well, how does he know? That's not for him to decide. So, so many emotions. Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep going, kids. Then I rose from the bench and left the park. Oh my gosh, my heartstrings. After the fight with Taku, I didn't feel like going back to the clinic, but I felt the urge to finish my painting. So to avoid running into Taku or any of the other staff, I slipped in through the side entrance, then headed up to the 3rd floor. Back at my place, I checked to make sure the cardboard box was still there. Sure enough, it was right where I left it. I grabbed it, walked over to the easel, sat down and set it at my feet. From there, I went back to painting. I moved my brush mindlessly, like the paint was coagulated sludge puked up from the depths of my being. No matter how much paint I used, I never seemed to get any closer to finishing. With no way to sublimate the impulse I felt, I could only vent my anger. I felt like I was trapped in a maze with no way out. Slow damage. Oh, Towa. Towa! Oh, flashback? Information! Towa's out here suffering. I'm like, tea! Sorry. A shadow fell over me and I looked up at it. Something sparked sharply in the light. The blade of a knife. I could feel hard concrete against my back and a weight on my hips. A pair of bloodshot eyes glinted dully at me. Unsuppressed breaths and laughter. Well, this must be Kirihara. A gust of wind whipped past and an impact struck my collarbone. There was a searing heat and a stabbing pain. A knife slashed at me in a straight line, then a second time, and a third. Meanwhile, I watched the blood splatter. Oh, I'm laughing because I'm nervous. Oh, it's getting worse, baby. A week later. At last the painting was complete. Oh, it's not. It's not. Or rather, I had decided I was done with it. Didn't consider it finished, but I was all out of ideas. I just didn't know what direction to take it in. The whole time I was painting, I kept questioning my past. There were 3 people connected to me: Ikuina, Asakura, and Kirihara. But I had next to no information about Kirihara. I tried asking people at Roost and around town, but came up empty-handed. All I could do was wait for AG. Could I fail to finish a painting? Nothing like this had ever happened before. It was aggravating. The work was supposed to be centered on Ikuina's desire, but now it was an incongruous mix of things. The eerie Frankenstein face loomed out at me. But even after I set down my brush, I still felt that inexplicable urge. Desperate to get it out of my system, I kept flinging things at the walls. No amount of raging around made me feel better, and now my vision was warped in all different colors, possibly as a side effect of forcing myself to paint. Because of that, everything looked freakish. I knew it was all in my head, but I couldn't stop. I couldn't sit still. I wanted it gone, but couldn't shake it. Don't remember. Don't dig any deeper. The obnoxious voice kept ringing in my ears. It was unlike anything I'd ever felt before.
Towa!
Taku. The commotion must have been audible from the first floor because Taku came upstairs. I didn't meet his gaze. I stood frozen, bottle in hand, mid-throw. My room was now even messier than before. I hadn't spoken to him ever since he tried to burn my mail. Why would he do that? I claimed it was junk, but refused to explain any further. I suspected he might try to burn the cardboard box next, but apparently he wasn't willing to go that far. He scrutinized my expression, trying to gauge my emotions, and put a hand on my shoulder. I didn't push him away, but I felt hostility rise up inside me, and I stiffened slightly. I didn't want to talk to anyone, and I didn't want to be touched. I wanted to... Honestly, I understand.
Towa, 瓶から手を離すんだ。
I raised my head and looked up into his eyes. A swirl of purple, red, and black smoke engulfed him.
いいか、何もしない。大丈夫だから。な。
Okay. I don't believe you, but sure. He spoke gently, as if soothing a child, but the moment that word reached my ears, something snapped inside me. My heart started to race. I began to breathe heavily. My vision went red. No. I'm scared. I shoved him away as hard as I could, then ran off. I bolted from the room, down the stairs, and out of the building. Rain fell from the dark clouds above, soaking my skin. Gasping for breath, I dashed into the park and crawled into the large concrete playground tunnel. The colors! It was big enough for an adult to fit inside if I curled into a ball. Is this it? Is this it? It's raining. It's raining. Okay, I'm waiting for that CG. I've waited all this time. That's the only thing I know about Fujieda, is that one CG. It's big enough for an adult to fit inside if I curled into a ball. My hands shook as I clutched my knees tightly. I couldn't tell if the rain had extinguished my body heat or if I was actually scared about something. My vision was a swirl of garish, unnatural colors that seemed to come alive. I buried my face in my knees and held my breath. Why was I so dizzy? And why were my ears ringing? What was happening to me? I lay curled up in the tunnel. The rain only poured down harder. The raindrops echoed, cutting me off from the outside world. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Taku's voice reverberated in my ears over and over, slowly morphing into a voice I didn't recognize. Wait. It must be Taku, because he said he admitted last route that he tried to replace Towa's memories with the happy memories. So it might be Taku, honestly, with the assistance of someone else. It's okay. See? Isn't it fun? Whoever it was, their voice sent goosebumps pricking up my arms, and I could feel terror filling my chest. Felt like there was a stranger inside me. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. The suffocating pressure made me whimper through gritted teeth. Memories and voices I didn't recognize. What was lurking in my past? I just didn't know. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something move and looked over. The entrance to the tunnel was now half blocked. Someone was standing there. Fujieda! I could see a man in a suit stooped over, peering inside at me. Our eyes met. I didn't recognize him. It's okay. The voice echoed in my mind once more. It's okay. No. It's not. It's not okay at all. Out of nowhere, goosebumps shot up my spine to the nape of my neck. In an instant, all I felt was malice. Spurred to action, I lunged at the man purely on impulse. Ah! He tried to dodge, but I latched onto him and knocked him to the ground. His umbrella rolled off. Screaming, I tried to swing my fist at him, but he grabbed my arm. What ensued was a power struggle. I tried to punch him while he tried to stop me. Then he kneed me in the gut. Unable to dodge, I took a hit to the solar plexus. As I reeled, he punched me in the face. I tried to punch back, but I could feel the strength draining from my limbs. I hadn't eaten or drank anything during the painting process, so I was malnourished. My body was screaming in protest. Just then, an intense wave of drowsiness set in, and my mind began to fade. Slowly, I crumpled to the muddy ground. As everything went fuzzy, I could hear the splashing sound of someone running. A moment later, I could hear voices, but they were too muffled to parse, almost like I was underwater. Is that Taku? Cold water was gathering against my cheek, and the smell of wet sand filled my nostrils. I was so sleepy I couldn't move. So I closed my eye and passed out. Come on, Kirihara. If Kirihara shows up, we'll know. And this will help us out here, you know? The room was tinged with scarlet light. Someone was wailing, but I didn't recognize the voice. It felt like I should know them, but I couldn't remember. The voice was muffled, like a thin veil was draped over my ears. I couldn't parse what they were saying, but I could hear the anguish screaming. Someone was begging for help. But who? Am I surprised Towa punched Fujieda? No. He doesn't know who this dude is right at this moment. So it only makes sense. Gasping for breath, I snapped awake and jumped upright. What an awful nightmare. I could only remember bits and pieces, but none of it was pleasant. My whole body had broken out in a cold sweat. As my chest tightened, I gasped for breath. My heart was pounding so hard, it felt like it might burst out of my rib cage. I kept having so many nightmares lately. I used to be a total insomniac, but now things were different all of a sudden. After a pause, I realized I was lying in bed in my room. Normally, I never use this bed, opting instead for the sofa. What was I doing here? Confused, I looked around. Lights were off and it was pitch black. I could see the faint outlines of everything in the room. That's right. With my mind sharpened, the memories returned to me. I finished Ikuina's painting and ran out of the building. Then I curled into a ball in the tunnel at the park, where a man in a suit spotted me. The next thing I knew, I lunged at him, then I fell to the ground and heard someone's voice. Looking back, I realized the voice was Taku's. He must have carried me back to the clinic. The man in the suit. I thought I didn't recognize him, but actually, I did. He was sitting with Sakaki in the back seat of the car that day. I was walking past the park. His sharp eyes had left a lasting impression on me. His perfectly pressed suit, he was the polar opposite of me in every way. Too bad our first interaction was me attacking him out of nowhere. At least I'd never have to see him again. I let out a long breath and tried to sit up, but I could feel something tugging against me. No! I looked over to find a thin tube extending from my right arm, leading up to the metal stand to an IV bag. Oh, ooh! I thought Taku tied him to the bed, bro. Sorry, I looked over. Metal stand to an IV bag. I've read too many. When something is dark, I expect the worst. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just like, you know. Listen, I remember clear. I remember dramatical murder. Didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out who was behind it. I ripped off the tape and yanked the needle out of my arm. Tiny prick of pain shot through me. Blood and IV fluid dripped from the injection site. I flung the IV needle away and gasped for breath. I felt sick. My mouth was dry and my head hurt. The voice in my head was silent for now, but in exchange I felt sluggish and massively dizzy. I rose from the bed, walked over the messy floor, and flipped the lights on. The bright light made me squeeze my eyes shut on reflex, but after a few moments my vision adapted to it. My room was still every bit the disaster it had been when I left it. There are muddy clothes on the sofa. Right now, I was only in my underwear. Taku must have stripped me down before he put me to bed. I grabbed my coat and pulled my phone out of my pocket. There, I found a message from Eiji. After Ikuina was discharged from the hospital, he apparently abandoned his condo and his current whereabouts were still under investigation. As for Kirihara... Wait, no! That can't be. But he had a younger brother named Nozomu, so Eiji said he'd look into him next. I sent him a brief reply to confirm I'd received his message. Also in my inbox was Eiji's newsletter with thumbnail image of some deathmatch livestream, but I didn't bother opening it. I tossed my phone onto the sofa. Meanwhile, I thought about the events that led to my park excursion that night. It all started when Taku tried to screw with my mail behind my back. I grabbed my pants and pulled the partly burned papers out from the back pocket. They were still damp and the contents had gone blurry from the rain. Thinking about Taku pissed me off all over again. Then I looked up at the clock on the wall. It was just past 2 a.m. I set the envelope and burnt papers on the coffee table, then grabbed my phone and opened Eiji's newsletter. I needed some sort of distraction, and I figured a fist fight would do the job. When the live stream began to play, on a dimly lit screen I could see live footage of 2 men currently in the deathmatch area. I could only faintly hear their voices, but my eye was glued to the screen. The men took turns punching each other. Oh, how I envied them. I yearned for an all-out fist fight. I wanted to be so dominated by the pain that I could scarcely think. Oh wait, so... is it Kirihara the elder brother? Not Kirihara the younger brother? Sorry, my mind is sort of... Sorry, I just had a moment there. Unable to finish my painting or find any answers to the questions about my past, I could feel frustration building inside me. It's because I couldn't remember. I just kept calling Kirihara Kirimizu, and I don't even think I got his last name, so I was just like... Anyway, sorry. Unable to finish my painting or find any answers to the questions about my past, I could feel frustration building inside me. I needed to vent. I wish I could just erase myself completely. I truly lost control of myself. Not that I ever had much self-control to begin with. I pulled on some clean clothes at random, shrugged my coat on, stuffed my phone into my pocket, and left the room. Downstairs, the lights were still on. Taku was probably in the exam room. I headed outside and off to the deathmatch area. Oh. Oh gosh, not these guys again. The man came charging at me, desperate to win. I dodged him and struck back. He took my punch but held his ground. Then with a roar he came lunging at me. The two of us crashed to the ground, and I landed hard on my back. This guy wasn't especially strong, but my physical stamina level was dramatically low. Though I'd known full well I wasn't in fighting shape, I had picked a fight with every single person I came across since I got here. This was my 4th fight, and I had hit my limit. My opponent straddled my hips and punched me with his left fist, then his right, back and forth. The painful blows made me grimace and grunt. His eyes glittered with the intent to kill. Homie, you don't even gotta know that. I'm gonna knock your nose out. The punching stopped, and he pulled something out of his pocket. Oh, no, 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 no. A knife. And the thought occurred to me, is this it for me? He raised the knife. I stared at it blankly and prepared for the moment it would plunge into my flesh.
Oi! そこまで.
Kotaro? Out of nowhere, the man went flying and the weight was lifted from my hips. Kotaro! Confused, I looked over and found Kotaro standing there with a grin on his face.
ほら、やっぱりトワだ。俺の目に狂いはないよ。
危なかったですね。間一髪。
Besties, the besties out here now. Beside Kotaro stood Mayu and Eiji.
マユがあそこで殴られてるのトワじゃねえかって言うからよ。俺は全然見えなかった。
Mercy.
やべ。
My opponent took one look at the trio, jumped up and ran off like a bat out of hell.
逃げ足早っ。
Oh yeah. They usually run fast.
おお、なんだよトワ。すげえやられてんじゃん。
Well, I mean, what's new? Kotaro knelt down and peered at my face as I slowly pushed myself up.
顔ボッコボコだ。喧嘩したくなっちゃったの？自暴自棄？
Okay, thanks, Mayu.
あとちょっとで殺されてましたよ。さっきのやつ結構本気だったでしょ。
Towa's like, do it. I'm in misery.
荒れたの
Poor
か。
Towa.
それともそういうプレイにまで行き着い
Are you
た
going
んだ
through a phase? I mean, Kotaro smirked at me.
別に。
つうかお前、デスマッチエリアに来るなって言っただろうがよ。聞いてなかったか？
Oh, he was listening. You know, he was listening.
お化けに襲われちゃうね。
お化け？ああ、幽霊のことですね。
You mean Madarame?
まあもう止めねえけどよ。
I stared dimly at the three of them, then reached out to Kotaro, who was the closest. I grabbed him by the neck, pulled him close, and glared into his eyes.
遊ぼうぜ。
What? Towa's buck wild right now.
やっぱプレイ？
Mayu. Mayu giggled
い
gleefully.
いぜ。と言いたいとこなんだがな。今仕事中なんだよ。あんまりいい加減にやってると、榊さんが切れるからな。また今度やらせろ。
I can't with these fools. He shrugged playfully, pulled my arm away, and straightened up.
っていうか、トワさん大丈夫ですか？
He is obviously not. Like, AJ, I need your help. Like, okay, because these two fools, they can't do nothing. You're the one with the brain. I need you. I need you to, like, help me find out this information because Towa is gonna go buck wild. Ichi leaned forward and waved a hand in front of my face.
ああ、トワはいつもこんな感じだよ。
Mayu, please.
そうですか？なんだか様子が。
Is he?
うわ！
Oh.
お前でもいい。
Ooh! This time I pulled Eiji close. I was willing to settle for anyone. Whether it was sex or violence, whether it was external or internal, I just wanted someone to hurt me.
トワさんどうぞ落ち着いて落ち着いて。
AG, poor AG. Panicked, he grabbed me by the shoulders and gently pushed me back.
トワさんこのまま放っておいたらなんだかヤバそうなんで村瀬先生のところまで送っていきますね。
Oh yeah.
なんだよ、本人の好きにさせりゃええだろうが。
Y'all, like, I need y'all to like understand.
エイジの優しさ発揮下心あり
AG literally like does not care.
そんなんじゃないですよ。心配してるだけで。
I was about to say, I was like, AG like literally like does not. He's like, if there's someone to trust, if there's anybody that can be trusted here, is AG. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Between these three. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Kotaro scratched his head in annoyance.
ま、ええわ。好きにしろ。
Kotaro and Mayu walked off, leaving AG
さあ
behind.
トワさん立ってください。帰りましょう。
Oh my gosh. He put an arm around my shoulders and gingerly helped me up. After getting my my booty whooped by multiple different people, my brain couldn't think straight. Part of me wanted more pain, but part of me actually didn't care. It's too much effort to think right now. I had no energy for Taku, no energy for my forgotten past. None of it.
トワさんって痩せて見えるけど結構重いんですね。
Despite his complaints, he helped me hobble down the street.
エイジ、
はい。
桐原どうなった？
As I walked, I voiced the question that was on my mind.
まだです。もうちょっと待っててください。
何があったか聞かないのか？
何がって？生稲と桐原のことですか？
ああ。
He murmured to himself in contemplation.
まあ話してくれるって言うなら聞きたいですけど、そうじゃないなら無理には聞きませんよ。人それぞれみんないろんな事情があるじゃないですか。そうだ、榊さんが心配してましたよ。もしかしたらトワさんに連れなくされてへこんでるかも。そういうタイプじゃ
I
ない
don't
です
care
けど
about
ね。
that deadbeat either. I don't care about those fools. They're not important. At this, I let out a self-depreciating laugh.
近々連絡してあげてください。よいしょ。
He stopped, readjusted his grip on me, and started walking again. As for me, my legs kept giving out, so I rested my weight against him as I stumbled down the road. Slow damage. What Towa? After AJ escorted me back to the clinic, I went back to my place and flopped down on the sofa. As I was dozing off, the sun rose, and there came a knock at the door.
お前
Taku walked in, took one look at me lying on the sofa, and stared at me in shock. He must have seen the cuts and scrapes on my face and my dirty clothes. It's like, I'm so tired. I looked over at him, then closed my eye. My body was drowning in lethargy, and my skin was flushed from the pain, to the point that I could no longer tell which part of me hurt. I thought I only closed my eye for a few minutes, but when I opened them again, Taku was gone again.
トワ、起きた？
Hey! 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 I looked over and this time it was Rei, looking at me anxiously. I felt like I'd skipped ahead into the future.
具合はどう？
タクは
診察中よ。手が離せないからトワを見ててくれって頼まれたの。お腹空いてない？何か食べる？喉は渇いてない？
酒。
At this, he raised his eyebrows indignantly and shook his head.
ダメ。水持ってくるから待ってて。
He walked to the sink, then returned carrying a glass of water.
はい。
I sat up, took the glass, and brought it to my lips. I must have been really thirsty because the water tasted amazing, and I downed it all in one sitting.
デスマッチエリアに行ったって聞いたわ。急にどうしちゃったの？
It's stress, Rei. It's stress. Even I didn't know how to explain it. I was just acting on impulse.
とはユーフォリアの後から様子がおかしいわよね。
Silently, I gazed down at my empty glass.
あとね、部屋が大変なことになってたから、トワが寝てる間に少し掃除をしたんだけど。これ、何なの？
Ray saw it. Perplexed, he held out a stack of papers. The same stack of papers that Taku nearly burned to ash.
それから、あの箱の中身も見ちゃった。ごめんなさい。
Ray looked over at the cardboard box on the coffee table.
今回の絵も見たけど、いつもと違ってすごいっていうより怖い。今までの絵にも不気味な雰囲気はあったけど、それとも全然違う。とにかく見た瞬間に怖いって思ったの。トワの絵をずっと見てきて初めてそう思ったわ。そうしたらこの焼け焦げてる紙も箱の中身も何なのかはわからないけど、すごく嫌な感じがして気になったタクもなんだかピリピリしてるし。
He stared hesitantly at the floor. But I didn't have answers for him. I was still trying to figure it out for myself. If anything, Taku probably knew more than I did. Contemplated whether I should explain it all today and ask him to help me. I was just that desperate. Didn't care about keeping it a secret anymore.
多分俺の過去に関係がある。
過去？
I looked at him and nodded.
ああ。ただ俺は何も覚えてない。誰かが送りつけてきてる。
I was like, I mean, Taku's a mess. So, Towa's been pushed to desperation. He's gonna tell Rei, so.
誰かが？どうしてそんなことを？
わからない。わかってるのは俺の体の傷跡について誰かが記録をつけてたってことだ。一緒に入ってた写真は実際に俺に傷をつけた連中らしい。ぬいぐるみは死んだ妹のもので、写真に写ってる絵は知らない。
No wonder Taku didn't like that Towa was like hanging around Asakura, because he probably knows that Asakura did the wibbly wobblies, you know. Excuse me.
え、待って、どういうこと？全然わからないんだけど。
He furrowed his brow in horror.
3枚の顔写真のうち2人には実際にあった。けど今は話を聞くことができない。もう一人はエイジに調べてもらってる。あとは
As I recounted all the facts, I paused slightly.
タクが何か知ってる。その紙が焦げてるのはタクが燃やそうとしたからだ。
燃やそうとした？嘘でしょ。
Oh no, caught in the act, baby.
嘘じゃない。俺が受け取るよりも先に開封して流しで燃やしてたのを止めた。理由を聞いても話したがらない。知らない方がいいこともあるって。
The blood drained from his face and his slightly parted lips began to tremble.
レイ、
He looked back at me perplexed.
お前は何か知らないのか？
Yeah, do you? You better tell me. You better say something. He shook his head, his eyes glued to mine.
知らないわ。
Better not be lying, boy. I regarded him with a deep, probing look, then finally averted my gaze. Ray's smoke didn't fluctuate, which meant he was telling the truth. I set the empty glass on the coffee table and rose to my feet. Water wasn't enough to shake my thirst. I wanted booze. But not here. If I was gonna drink, then I didn't want to surround myself with all the sources of my stress. The painting and the mystery packages. I needed a bar. Any bar. Before I could take a step, Ray hastily reached out with both hands to stop me.
待って、どこへ行くの？
He's gotta go.
飲みに。
ここじゃダメなの？冷蔵庫にまだ入ってるでしょ。それか買ってきてあげるわよ。
外に出たいんだよ。
His lips curled in a guilty frown.
タクにトワを見張ってろって言われてるの。だから。
Then go with him to the bar.
一緒に来い。
Yeah, see?
でも。
ルーストは。ルーストならいいだろう。
Just go, Ray. His eyes wandered in contemplation. At Roost, everybody knew everybody. It was a familiar environment for Ray, so I expected he'd feel comfortable there. Sure enough, he looked back at me and nodded.
わかったわ。でも少しだけよ。
ああ。
コートだけ取ってくるから待ってて。逃げないでね。
He shot me a firm look over his shoulder as he opened the door to leave. When I nodded, he turned and walked briskly from the room. If they lock him in, I swear, like, they're gonna cause too many problems. Oh, thank goodness. I was just like, if they lock him in, I'm gonna scream. Together, Ray and I left the clinic. We arrived at Roost around 5 p.m. Since the place had only just opened, there were no other customers, and the manager was still setting things up behind the counter.
いらっしゃい。あれ、レイ君も？
He looked a bit surprised to see us.
今日はトワの付き添い。ちょっと早いけどいいかな。
Yeah, please.
いいよ。
ありがとう。
I sat at the counter and Ray sat down next to me.
二人ともお任せでいい？
Yes, please.
ああ。
何でもいいわ。
Whiskey! The manager nodded amiably, then grabbed 2 glasses and got to work. We waited for our drinks in total silence. Ray rested his chin in his hand and watched the manager anxiously. After I lit a cigarette, I pulled my phone out of my coat pocket and found I'd received a message from AG. Apparently, he was having trouble making any headway regarding Hirehara's younger brother due to the lack of information. Before I knew it, there was a drink on the counter in front of me. I set my cigarette on the ashtray, then grabbed my glass and downed it.
店長、おかわり。
When the manager turned in my direction, I gave up my empty glass and gave it a shake. I could feel Ray looking at me, probably judging me for drinking too fast. But I pretended not to notice, then I plucked my cigarette from the ashtray and took a long, slow drag. Ultimately, I ended up drinking a lot more than I usually would and slumped over the counter. By then, a handful of other customers and staff had arrived, and Jungo and Arata were bustling around the bar like busy
トワ
bees.
君、潰れちゃった。
みたいね。
珍しいね。どんなに酔っても寝ちゃうことなんてなかったのに。
そうよね。
Ray and the manager murmured amongst themselves as they gazed at me.
私、ちょっとお手洗いに行ってくるわ。店長、トワのことを見ててもらっていい？ごめんね。
Okay.
ああ、行ってらっしゃい。
Ray rose from his seat and walked off to the bathroom. I'd been listening to their whole conversation. Slowly, I raised my
トワ
head.
君、具合は？
うん。
I answered absently, then staggered to my feet.
どこ行くの？
トイレ。
With that, I started stumbling across the bar. Oh gosh. Then I casually snuck a glance over my shoulder, and when I confirmed that the manager wasn't looking, I headed for the back exit. Oh, Towa's too good at this. Outside, I pressed a hand against the building wall and slowly walked down the alley. I had pretended to black out on purpose so I could escape Ray's surveillance. Nothing personal, but I didn't want anyone keeping tabs on me. However, I was indeed drunk as a skunk. I felt sick, and my head ached like I'd taken a punch. With no set destination in mind, I stumbled along the dark, narrow back alley. Then I turned the corner and stepped out onto the street, where the garish neon signs all greeted me at once. This was the red light district, and business was booming, lots of young customers and newly opened shops. With a sidelong glance at the pink lights and the 2D women in provocative positions, I kept on walking. Then I stepped on an empty can and lost my balance. Right as I jumped up to right myself, I bumped into something. Fujieda! As I staggered, the man grabbed my arm and frowned at me. I looked at him and recognized him instantly. The one I attacked out of nowhere. He quickly let go of my arm and took a step back.
酒臭いな。ずいぶんふらついているようだが、まさか この間も泥酔していたのか。
Excuse you, Fujieda. His expression was blank save for his eyes, which were narrowed in suspicion.
そっちこそ真面目そうな顔してこんなところで相手でも探してるのか。
I smirked back at him, but then I saw his smoke and frowned. Normally, each person's smoke had a color and a style of swaying, but this man's smoke was pure white. It engulfed him in a motionless cloud, like someone had exhaled cigarette smoke into a sealed space. The darker and more agitated a person smoked, the more unstable their mental state. This applied to everyone, including calm and composed people to at least some degree. And yet his smoke was perfectly static. I'd never seen anything like it before.
確かに人を探してはいるが、そういう相手ではない。
He replied blankly, his expression as static as his smoke. I didn't really care, so I was about to walk off. We lived in two very different worlds. I had nothing to say to him. However... Oh! I only made it a few steps before my knees buckled and I fell to the ground. I tried to stand up but didn't have the strength. I exhaled loudly, then a hand quietly reached out to me. I looked up to find the same man standing in front of me.
村瀬クリニックまで送ろう。
He don't want to go back there.
なんで知ってる？
And how did he know that I lived there? He quirked a brow at me, unfazed.
先日、公園で君を迎えに来た男性から名刺をもらったんだ。スーツのクリーニング代が必要なら連絡してほしいと言われてね。このまま見なかったことにして立ち去るという選択肢もあるんだが。
I mean, it's true.
明日のニュースで君を見ることにでもなったら目覚めが悪いからな。
Interesting. I glared up at him silently, ignored his offered hand, and struggled to get up by myself. But my efforts ended in vain. My body wouldn't cooperate.
何をやってるんだ。ほら。
The man hauled me up onto my feet. I had only just managed to break away from Rei. I didn't want to go back to the
行
clinic.
くぞ。
But in the end, I reluctantly trudged along after him. After we arrived outside the clinic, the well-dressed man pulled out his phone and placed the call. We could hear Taku's voice on the other end of the line. After he hung up, we walked around to the side entrance. Then I opened the door and he followed me inside. From there, I vaguely directed him upstairs to the 3rd floor. The instant the door opened, however, he froze. He was probably appalled at the level of clutter. I stepped away from him, walked to the sofa, and flopped down on my back. A long sigh escaped my lips as my body relaxed against the familiar feel of the sofa. Meanwhile, the man stood stock still for a moment, then he switched on the lights and began to stroll around the room like it was an art museum. He stopped at the easel and gazed at my painting, then turned and looked at each of the other canvases lying scattered around. Wrestling with nausea and a light headache, I blankly watched him move.
君は絵を描くのか。
Yes.
ま
A little bit. Maybe. After he nearly completed a full lap around the room, his gaze came to a stop. He was looking at the cardboard box. He walked over and peered inside. Instantly, his face stiffened.
これは君のものなのか。
どれ？
Is what mine?
このぬいぐるみだ。
I heaved my leaden body into an upright position and looked at him.
なんで？
いや、見かけによらず、ずいぶん可愛い趣味だと。
妹のだよ。
At this, he furrowed his brow.
妹？君の？
ああ。
He pursed his lips and stared at the floor. I blinked dubiously back, then out of nowhere I felt a burning sensation in my chest. My throat hitched and I could feel an intense wave of nausea rising rapidly. That voice started blaring in my head again. I rose from the sofa and ran into the bathroom to the toilet. I lifted the lid, hit the floor, and started puking. You know, hold on, before I continue. Are we sure he has a sister? Are we sure the sister isn't him? Like, you know what I mean? Are you sure they didn't just pretend he had a sister? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, at this rate, I'm like, too many siblings. Kago is definitely real. But I've never seen the sister. And the picture I've seen of Towa so far, when he was younger, is like a very, very pretty picture of him. And I'm just like, I'm sus. You know, who's the sister? You know? And everything in this game that is mentioned is not mentioned just because. It's mentioned because it has purpose. So, you know, anyway, let's continue. I just wanted to put that out there. The stench of alcohol filled my nostrils. My stomach was still upset, but I felt a lot better after barfing. I pushed myself up from the floor, rinsed my mouth out in the sink, then washed my face while I was at it. My vision was spinning. I tried to walk but lost my balance and nearly fell. When I reached out to grab something, I accidentally knocked the soap and toothbrush to the floor with a loud clatter.
Oi!
The man raced into the bathroom.
大丈夫か? しっかりしろ.
He is so fine. Sorry. I know Towa's suffering right now. Man, Fujieda is so hot. I'm sorry. He's so attractive. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Towa. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm back. Are you okay? Okay. It's okay. His voice overlapped with a different voice in my head, and the vertigo intensified.
立てるか?
He wrapped both arms around me and pulled me to my feet. Reluctantly, I rested my weight against him. Right as he sat me back down on the sofa, however, the door opened.
Towa?
Taku peeked in. Our eyes met, but I quickly looked away. Then he noticed the other man, inclined his head in greeting, and walked in.
お電話いただいたときは手が離せなかったもので、わざわざここまで運んでいただいてすみません。
You know, I feel bad. Like, I want to feel bad for Taku, but if he just explains to Towa, like, listen, something bad really happened to you, and, like, don't rush to try to, like, face that trauma, like, at the speed of light, because what Towa is doing is that he's trying to uncover, like, something very, very very traumatizing and painful on his own, and Taku's not helping. Taku's, like, making him, you know, Taku's making him, by trying to deny Towa the right to find out, Taku is only pushing Towa to dig faster, and it's making Towa more self-destructive, because now, again, Towa is, like, now experiencing, like, a lot of, what do you call it, physical, like, illness and nausea because of the trauma, and he's not understanding why he's having these reactions, because he doesn't know anything. So Taku is not helping. Taku is, like, doing the opposite, and that's why I'm like, Taku, you need to, like, you can't just push it away because you're making it worse. Taku's making it worse. So, anyway. Taku bowed deeply as he spoke.
いや、偶然。彼が泥酔して転倒しかけたところを通りかかったんです。さすがに放っておくわけにはいかないと思いました。
I really love, though, how Towa describes him and Fujieda as, like, polar opposites, because they really are. Like, and also, like, it's funny, I'm sure they'll explain it to me later, but it's, Fujieda's, like he said, Fujieda's smoke is white. And like he said, he has never seen a person with white smoke before. So, man, he's so fun. Okay, focus, sorry, focus me. We gotta help Towa. Focus. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm telling you, never date dudes who are too attractive. They will eat you out of house and home. Just putting it out there.
本当に前回のことといい、今回のことといい、いろいろありました。
What?
本当に申し訳ありません。
What?
本当に申し訳ありません。
What?
本当に申し訳ありません。
What?
ご迷惑をおかけしました。それで今もまた何かすごい音が聞こえてきたんですが。
ああ、彼が転びそうになったんです。
そうでしたか。
Concerned, Taku looked over at me as I sank back against the sofa.
少し休ませた方がいいでしょうね。
Who's sending this box? Sorry, I just I was just like, who sent Towa all this stuff? Because I have a feeling, I don't think it's Fujieda, because if it was, like, he wouldn't have done it this way, because Fujieda seems like a very upright person. You know what I'm saying? He probably wouldn't send Towa these things. Someone else is trying to, like, trigger his memory. I don't think it's Madarame either, though. Like, why would Madarame doesn't care about this. Like, this part, Madarame probably doesn't care at all. Like, Madarame just wants Towa. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Madarame just likes the Towa that is like him. He doesn't care about the trauma. Like, not, you know, but you know what I'm saying? Like, he doesn't really, he's not like, I need Towa to have this trauma or whatever. He doesn't need that. So I don't think it's Madarame either. I think Tono's an idiot, so I don't think Tono would have done it either. So I don't know. We'll see. Okay, we'll see. I'm just, you know, trying to guess before the answer comes to me, you know? Okay. I need to change this because Fujieda is distracting me. So I'm so sorry. Okay. He spoke. Oh, as he spoke, he fixed me with an unusually sharp look. Or so I thought, but then he shifted his gaze back to Taku. Was I just seeing things?
まあ、幸いにもこちらは病院ですし、私が心配する必要もないとは思いますが。それでは。
あ、待ってください。
Oh yeah, we should ask your name, huh? The man walked briskly to the door, but Taku flagged him down.
高里組の弁護士の方ですよね。確か名前は藤枝さん。
ああ、はい、そうです。
He pulled a small case from his jacket and handed Taku a business card. The business card holders. You know, I don't know. Sorry, this brought back to my brain. But you know, in the one of the most important things they teach us in Japanese class, and like Japanese 101. Every Japanese class I've been in. I've been in a lot of Japanese 101 classes, apparently more than your average person. But one of the first things they teach you past like your ABCs, hiragana, katakana, basic kanji, is business card culture in Japan. So very important for, you know, people to have business card holders, because you're always expected to, like, if you meet a person, it's like you're pretty much expected to give them a business card, even if you just have, like, you know, everybody has a business card is what business card culture is, or that's how it was taught to us in Japanese 101. So just wanted to bring that up. My memory unlocked. So just like Towa's memories are unlocking right now, and not in a good way. Oh my gosh. Okay.
改めまして、藤枝と申します。
お噂は金がね。
I bet you have. Sorry, I bet you have.
何かありましたらいつでもご連絡を。
With a textbook response and a polite smile, Fujieda left the room. Are we gonna scold him again? Like, Towa's tired, Taku. Like, after he was gone, Taku stared down at the business card for a long moment. Then with a sigh, he slid it into the pocket of his lab coat. Apparently that guy was a lawyer. I leaned back against the sofa and thought about it. Judging from his body language, he certainly seemed uptight. But thinking about Fujieda only made me feel worse, so I rested my head against the sofa and slowly closed my eye. I had slept for a relatively long time. When I opened my eye, I found Taku sitting in the chair across from the sofa. Had he stayed here in my room ever since Fujieda left? He was bent forward, hands clasping together between his legs, staring down at his feet. When he noticed me stirring, he looked up. Are you finally gonna tell me stuff, Taku? I'm tired. I'm tired of you. Like, give me the business. Like, at this point, it's like... like crap. That's funny. How are you feeling? I don't know, Taku. You've seen the business the past, like, what? 80 million days? I don't know. I didn't have the energy for words, so I just grunted. I remembered having a nightmare again, but I couldn't recall the details of it. The headache and nausea were gone, but in their place was muddy lethargy.
I
know, poor Ray. He's just... Ray is so sad. Ray's just doing his best, you know? He's just doing his best. I feel so bad. Come to think of it, I'd given Ray the slip back at Roost. I sat up and grabbed my phone off the coffee table. Sure enough, my notices were a barrage of missed calls and messages from Ray. Oh, finally. I was just like, something, Taku. You're killing me. Taku spoke quietly as he gazed into my eye. Ray to help me.
なんで燃やした?
I narrowed my eye at him without rising from the sofa. He fell silent in contemplation, then looked back at me intently. Yeah, not the answer I want.
必要ない.
He nodded firmly, rage flared up inside me.
つまり、お前はあの郵便物が何なのか、
Yes.
その意味を知ってるってことだな。
I rose from the sofa, grabbed the cardboard box I kicked to the corner, and tossed it down at him.
少し前に届いた。
One look inside the box and the color drained from his face.
その意味も当然わかるんだろう。これは俺の過去に関係するものだ。お前が燃やした郵便物もそうだよな。そうと分かっていて、俺には必要ないと判断したって。
そうだ。
Taku. He choked the word out, and I felt the blood rush to my head. Why was Taku meddling in my business? What did he know about my past?
誰かが俺に過去を思い出させようとしてる。こんなもんまで送りつけられたら嫌でも気になる。そいつが誰なのかを突き止める。それに過去を思い出せば、この意味不明の写真やぬいぐるみが何なのかもわかるはずだ。それを必要ないって、なんでお前が勝手に決めるんだよ。
I stood in front of him and glared down at him in icy fury. He looked at me sorrowfully for a moment, then closed his eyes, shutting me out.
思い出さなくていい。
は？
過去に何があったかなんて知らなくていい。
Ah, Taku.
言えよ。知ってることを話せ。
He gave me a hard stare and shook his head.
ダメだ。お前が見る悪夢も過去に近づくにつれてひどくなってる。違うか？
This is why doctors should not be people close to you, if that makes sense. They can't have what do you call it? It's conflict of interest, essentially. Yeah. I hadn't thought to connect the dots like that. But now that I stopped to think about it, my nightmares became more frequent after I started digging into my past.
症状を悪化させてまで過去を思い出す必要はない。
お前が決めることじゃない。
俺はお前をずっと見てきた。 言われようと、これだけは譲らんぞ。お前のためだ。
Yeah, so this is what Taku should have said before, though, because then Towa could have at least understood. But instead, Taku tried to burn his mail, burn all his stuff. Like, you can't do that, though, you know. In my anger, I nearly kicked the box across the room. But just then I realized something was missing. The bunny was gone. Taku followed my gaze to the box and frowned dubiously.
お前、さっきぬいぐるみって言ったよな。入ってないようだが。
入ってた。
Growling, I grabbed him by the collar. The chair creaked as I lifted him halfway out of his seat.
お前が取ったんじゃないのか。
違う。
He shot back firmly. I didn't need to look at his smoke to know that he wasn't lying this time. While I did catch him burning my papers, I couldn't imagine he would try to burn the bunny too. No, it was him. Yeah, Fujieda took it. Like, I gazed into Taku's eyes as I carefully reached into his coat pocket with my free hand. I swiftly swiped the business card, then relinquished my grip on him. He didn't seem to realize I'd stolen it.
もう一度言うが、勝手にお前宛てのものを燃やしたことは本当に悪いと思ってる。俺はお前と喧嘩がしたいわけじゃない。分かってくれ。
With that, he left the room. In the end, he refused to tell me anything. He insisted it was for my own good, but without any explanation, came off sounding like total crap. Here we go. As resentment smoldered my gut, I looked down at the business card in my hand. Fujieda Ryo. He seemed rather interested in the bunny toy. Taku seemed alarmed by it too. So what was the story behind the bunny? Technically, it was possible Taku took it while I was sleeping. Judging from his reaction just now, he wasn't lying. The smoke confirmed this. Therefore, Fujieda was the only person who could have taken it.
あいつ。
Maybe he knew something about it. I pulled on my coat, opted for the stairs over the elevator, and dashed out of the building. Crescent moon hung in the pitch-black sky. Exhaling white fog into the cold, crisp air, I ran off into the night. The address on Fujieda's business card brought me to a 10-story building located in District C. Apparently, the 4th floor was home to the Fujieda law office. It was 3 a.m. Naturally, the entrance was shuttered. I checked the front and back doors, then decided to camp out in a nearby alley to wait for Fujieda. Since he was a Takasato lawyer, I couldn't very well ask Eiji about him. I was on my own for this one. So I sat up against the wall and killed time smoking cigarettes as the sun rose above me. Naturally, the wall and ground were both just as cold as the air. My fingers were starting to go numb. Every time I crushed a cigarette butt, I lit up a new one. But eventually I ran out of cigs, so I crumpled up the empty pack and stuffed it in my pocket. Taking the butts away with my feet, I pulled out my cell phone to check the time. 6 a.m. The streets were empty when I got here, but now I could see a few passers-by here and there. Honestly, it didn't have to be Fujieda himself. If someone would arrive to open the 4th floor office, I could just call them and ask about Fujieda. 2 more hours went by, 8 a.m. The shutter over the front entrance was raised, revealing an elevator lobby with floor-to-ceiling glass windows. Security guards stood at the front as a handful of people trickled in. I dialed the number listed on the business card. The phone rang and rang, but no one answered. Evidently, no one was up there yet. I ended the call and resumed my stakeout. Another hour went by, 9 a.m. Exhaustion was making my brain fuzzy, so I pulled my phone back out and called again. Hey, where it at? After about 6 rings, a calm, feminine voice answered. I had waited for so long that I couldn't think straight and the words didn't come to me right away.
藤枝弁護士に取り継いでほしいのですが。
失礼ですが、どちら様でしょうか。
村瀬クリニックの村瀬と申します。先日藤枝先生が受診された際にご相談いただいた件についてお話があるのですが。
かしこまりました。少々お待ちください。
She put me on hold for a few seconds and returned.
藤枝ですが、本日は出勤しないようです。
そうですか。明日はいかがでしょう。
それが明日以降も未定となっておりまして、お急ぎでしたら折り返すように伝えますが。
そうですね。お願いします。
それでは連絡先をお願いいたします。
I gave her my number. She repeated it back to me for confirmation, then told me she'd let him know. Once the call was over, I exhaled and stuffed my phone back into my pocket. I was craving nicotine, but I already smoked the only pack I brought. Now that I knew Fujieda wasn't coming, there was no point in me staying here. I rose to my feet and ambled down the street. As the bright sunshine streamed down on me from directly overhead, I headed to the park. I was exhausted after pulling an all-nighter. Unsurprisingly, I walked over to an empty bench and plopped down onto it. Then I pulled my phone out of my pocket and checked the screen. No notice from Fujieda. Meanwhile, the sunlight stabbed into my eye without mercy. Phone in hand, I tilted my head down and closed my eye. A short while later, I heard footsteps approaching.
Towa.
Ugh, not you. Why is it you? I looked up at the sound of my name and found Sakaki standing right in front of me.
こんなところにいたのか。お前の部屋まで行ったんだが、出かけたって聞いて探したんだろ。
What do you want? He let out a very heavy sigh and jerked his head in the direction of the park entrance. The black car was parked there. Igarashi peeked out from the lower passenger. Igarashi. Light of my life, that boy.
車に乗れ。
Oh, what do we need to talk about now?
わかった。
I was like, okay, fine. Frankly, I was too tired to move, but slowly I heaved myself to my feet. Like, whatever. I followed him to the car, then climbed into the back seat. Sakaki climbed in after me and pulled the door shut.
お前、どこをほっつき歩いてたんだ
Nowhere.
どこって適当に。
I don't know. Around.
あちこちうろつくのはお前の趣味みたいなもんだが、しばらくの間気をつけろ。
That's why you should take care of that fool.
遠野、何かあったのか。
様子がおかしいんだ。それに誰かに狙われてる。
Ah, yes. Madarame. Which means Madarame's around.
狙われてる？誰に？
さあな。俺は知らん。
You know. You know who it is. He shrugged casually.
今な、大事な時期なんだ。高里組にとっても、新小組にとっても、俺にとってもな。
Oh, boy. He murmured to himself, and although his face was turned, I could tell he was serious. When he turned back to me, however, he was smiling
と
again.
ころで、最近調子はどうだ
How do you think he's doing?
別に。
えらく体調が悪そうだが。
Yeah, he's not. But...
今に始まったことじゃない。
Yeah, what else? Honestly, yeah.
そう言われちまったら納得するしかねえ
He chuckled.
な。一応聞いておくが、親父の相続についてはどうする
Nothing!
必要ない。
そう言うと思ってたよ。まあ戸籍でも何でも気になることがあれば相談しろ。弁護士を紹介してやる。
That's right.
なんだ、知ってるのか
いや。
No. Never heard of him.
顔色が悪いな。
トワさん、大丈夫っすか？
Oh, is he having a panic attack again? Concerned, Igarashi turned and looked at me from the passenger front seat.
別にいつもと同じだろ。
いや、疲れてるように見えるぞ。
いい。
No. I needed to keep looking for Fujieda. But when I shook my head, Sakaki let out an exasperated sigh.
その辺で倒れても知らんからな。
あ
I nodded and hopped out of the car.
気をつけろよ。
Sakaki waved goodbye, then the window rolled up and the car took off. As I watched them go, I thought about Fujieda. Where could I find him? For now, my only option was to keep looking. With that, I turned and headed downtown. I mean, you could look in like the really, really rich person place because he is a lawyer. I highly doubt he's living in the slums, like, you know. In the end, I searched all over the place but never found Fujieda. I gave up and went to Roost. I walked in and sat at the counter like always.
いらっしゃい。
The manager greeted me with a warm smile.
お任せ。
Yeah.
あ
了解。
After a brief exchange, I pulled my cigarettes and lighter from my coat pocket and set them on the counter. Then I lit one up and gazed around the unusually crowded bar. Ray was walking from table to table, carrying a tray of drinks. As I watched him, he spotted me and looked back at me in alarm. I looked back at the counter. At some point, a glass of translucent liquid had arrived in front of me. Oh, that's a different cup. I set my cigarette down, reached for the glass, and took a sip.
今日はウォッカベースにしてみたよ。どう？
How is it?
うまい。
Taste. The manager nodded to himself, pleased.
そういえば、さっきトワ君のファンが来てたんだよ。
I set my glass down, took another drag of my cigarette, and prompted him to continue.
店に飾ってる絵は誰が描いたのかって聞かれたから、ユーフォリアだって教えたんだ。そしたら、すごくいいって言ってたよ。
へえ。
Great. Tom was like, yeah, cool. As I gave a half-hearted response, they walked over. He leaned one hand on the counter. Instantly, I could tell he was in a bad mood. Oh well.
ねえ、トワ。スーツを着たメガネの男が来たんだけど。
I mean, why am I gasping?
あんたの知り合いなの？
I was expecting him to yell at me for giving him the slip, but apparently not. Wait a minute.
スーツにメガネ。
そう。なんでうちに来たのか不思議になるくらい、きっちりとした神経質そうな男だったわ。
I love how they mention that he's so like proper. They're like, why is he here? It's true though. He looks like one of those people who like doesn't belong in this town at all. So.
開店したらすぐに来たの。トワの知り合いだって言ってたけど、本当？
It had to be Fujieda. There could be no mistake. So Fujieda came to Roost. What for? Towa's having like... Ugh, Towa's going through it, so am I. Ray saw my face stiffen and furrowed his brow in concern.
何か言ってたか？
What else did he say?
言ってたっていうより、トワのことをみんなに聞きまくってたの。店長も私も、お客さんにもよ。
Interesting.
その人だよ。僕がさっき話したトワ君のファンって。
あの人、全然ファンって感じじゃなかったわよ。それに、店長にトワの絵のことを聞いてたわ。
Interesting. Interesting.
トワが描いた絵を見たことがあるから、似てると思ったらやっぱりそうだったって。
Uh-oh. Well, he did get a look at the paintings lying around my room.
それでね、店長がユーフォリアって名前を教えたら、すごい食いついてきたのよ。
He would.
目の色が変わったって感じで、どうしてその名前にしたんだとかなんとか。
Oh, interesting. Triple interesting, sorry. He looks shocked. Oh, he has to know too. Fujieda has to know something too. He's like the most mysterious figure here, you know.
でも、ユーフォリアの名付け親って私でしょ？だからそう言ったの。元ネタは、トワの部屋のイーゼルにかかってる懐中時計に刻まれた単語だって。
So Fujieda was interested in Euphoria? But why? It's only created more questions. I knew that little watch was a little devil. Nah, I'm just like my little hamster and my little wheel is so tired. It's just like, please just tell me all the answers. I don't want to guess anymore.
すごく丁寧な物腰で真面目そうな感じだったけど、あの人本当にトワの知り合いなの？
The answer is yes. How much do we know each other? That's a different question altogether. They leaned over the counter and stared at me.
嘘じゃない。
そう。ならいいんだけど。
I can't lie though, if I were there and a dude like Fujieda walked in and was like, oh yes, Towa and I know each other, or like we're friends with each other, I'd be like, are you? I don't believe you. I'd be like, you sure? Like, the Towa? He nodded, but he still didn't look entirely convinced. I fell deep into thought. I didn't remember ever telling Fujieda my name, but if he worked for the Takasato Gumi, then he probably had a way of finding out. Besides, this was Shinkomi. If he introduced himself as a friend of mine, then he could probably find out about me pretty easily, including the fact that Roost was my favorite bar. Frowning, Ray reluctantly walked away, but I didn't even notice. I just stared blankly into space. What is Fujieda's tea? How does he know? How does he know all this stuff? Does he know Towa's mama? Is that what this is about? Does he know Towa's sister? The room was tinged with scarlet light. The silence was terrifying. I was all alone again. It was scary. Someone stood beside me as I lay on the floor. They were silhouetted by the light, but I couldn't see their face. But I could feel fear slowly seeping into my bones like fabric in water. The fear clung to me at all times, neither swelling nor fading. And at some point, my heart grew numb to it. I got used to feeling scared until eventually I didn't feel anything at all. My vision was fuzzy, save for one thing. Toy. It was... yeah, that's right. It was what? No! Don't do this to me! They said, not yet, not yet, not yet. Mariah Carey style. I snapped awake. Another nightmare. How many times had this happened now? I can only ever remember the vaguest details, and yet it always left a bad taste in my mouth. As I pushed myself up from the sofa, the headache and nausea quickly set in. I staggered to my feet and walked into the bathroom. Then I lifted the toilet lid, crouched down, and puked. Does he even, like, Towa, like, barely eats. Does he even have anything to, like, cough up, baby? Like, basically, like, I feel so bad. My heartburn receded slightly. I gargled at the sink, then went back to the living room. Just then, I glanced at the pocket watch on the easel. This was the same pocket watch Ray had mentioned yesterday. It was designed like an antique with an engraving in the back. I sat down on the sofa and grabbed my phone off the coffee table. It was now 9 a.m. Still no word from Fujieda. Oh, it's Christmas time, baby! Oh, looking, here's how to looking for something. Here's how to recover what you've lost. I see where you're going there, AG. AG. Okay. And you reach blah blah blah. Okay. With a sigh, I tossed my phone to the other end of the sofa and switched on the TV. It felt like ages since I'd last heard the drone of the TV. Lately, I've been too distracted to even think about the silence. As I stared blankly in the direction of the screen, my phone buzzed. Oh. I grabbed it and looked at it. Iklina. Asakura's son has been taken to the general hospital. I'm told he's comatose. Hirahara he has a younger brother. It was just a message from Eiji. Mildly disappointed, I opened the message to read it and instantly frowned. Iklina had committed. Not only that, but Asakura was now in a coma at the hospital. Apparently it was caused by a drug overdose. Lastly, he noted that he still hadn't managed to track down Kirihara Nozumu down. Now I could never speak to Iklina or Asakura ever again. Almost felt like someone had purposely cut me off from them. Maybe someone wanted to shut them up. But who? Dizzy, I leaned my full weight against the back of the sofa. Then I tossed my phone down and laid an arm over my eye. Was it all connected? Or was it really just a series of old-time coincidences? Then my phone buzzed again. I thought it'd be another email, but instead it was a call from Fujieda. Oh, come on. I answered immediately. Yeah, I guess. This was the first thing he said to me. I sat up straight. He hung up instantly. And before I could even react, the door opened. You're fast. He was just like, are you home? Okay. Dang, ma. Okay. I didn't walk Fujieda himself. Reflexively, I jumped to my feet. Oh, okay. He explained without batting a lash. I'm like so intimidated. I can't lie. I think I mentioned this before, but like he's extremely intimidating.
ここへ来る前にクリニックへ電話して村瀬先生に聞いたんだ。事務所へ電話しましたかと。
Wow.
していないとの返答だった。それならと君に取り継いでもらえるか聞いたんだが不在にしていると。君に関しては少々疑わしいと思って確認の電話をさせてもらったというわけだ。事務所に電話をかけてきたとき電話番号をことつけただろ。
Well, duh, he actually wanted to talk to you. As he explained all this, I stared back at him coldly.
ちょうどいい。こっちもあんたに聞きたいことがある。
だから事務所にまで電話をしてきたのか。
Yes.
ああ。ぬいぐるみを持って行ったのはあんただろ。
何のことだ。
His expression didn't shift, and neither did his smoke. But I knew for a fact that it must have been him.
しらばっくれるな。
何か証拠でもあるのか。
Oh, well, technically he doesn't. Yeah, I clicked my tongue in frustration.
私も君に聞きたいことがある。
What's your question, Fujieda? Man, this dude's gonna eat me out of the house.
いつまで寝てるの？そろそろ起きて。
Ray! Just then the door swung open and a cheerful voice rang out. Ray walked into the room, saw us, and froze. Fujieda glanced at him, then turned back to me.
君は絵を描くとき、ユーフォリア。
He just said, I don't care about this fool. He's just like, let's just keep going. It's probably because he knew it was Ray.
君の友達の提案だと本人から聞いたが、その名を採用した理由は。
やだ、それ私のこと。
Oh. Ray pressed a hand to his mouth.
あんたには関係ない。
約1ヶ月半前、 生稲隆という青年と会ったな。その青年が昨日自殺した。調べてみたところ、表向きには彼が何か大きな問題を抱えていたとか、そういうことは特になかったようだ。
He paused there to gaze at me quietly.
ユーフォリア、結構な趣味じゃないか。ルーストのスタッフと客は親切だな。こちらの質問に快く答えてくれた。
What are you implying, Fujieda-san?
君が密かに行っていること、特に生稲の件に関しては自殺幇助に該当する可能性がある。
Trying to fight me, Fujieda?
が、別に脅そうというつもりではない。少し話を聞きたいだけ。
Okay, what do you want to talk about,
わか
though?
るだろう。
I'm gonna talk about Fujieda. I'll tell you everything. No, just joking. Man. Ooh, boy. His smoke was unnaturally still and static. It was impossible to tell whether he was lying. You know what this reminds me of? I'm sorry, I don't know. I really shouldn't keep Fujieda on the screen for too long. I get distracted. But so I was in a movie. Well, I was an extra, sorry. I was an extra in a movie like years ago. Years ago. The name of the movie is called Dakota Sky. It's a cute little movie. I'm in a couple of scenes in the background. She has a superpower where she can hear when people speak. Well, not just speak, but it's like she can tell when people are lying. She can only hear the truth, basically, or see the truth, because I guess it comes out in subtitles visually. The truth comes out in subtitles visually if they're lying, right? And so her entire life, Dakota has been apathetic because she knows that everyone lies, and so for her, anyone who lies to her is like, she's just like, they're just a normal human being, everybody lies. So she's kind of apathetic to the whole thing. So she just sees people very equally. But one day she meets a person who she can't see their thoughts, basically. She can't tell if they're lying or not, and he's the only person that has ever been able to, like, she's never been able to see through whether or not they're lying. So it scares her, and she can't, so she's like, she feels displaced, and she finally becomes afraid because she doesn't know if he's telling the truth, and if she can even trust him, because she doesn't know for sure if he's lying. So right now, I'm having, like, it's a little bit of a deja vu, because I remembered right now, I don't know if Towa's powers aren't working. Like, I don't know if his abilities aren't working, or Fujieda is just this strong. Like, Fujieda is so, like, strong-willed that's why his smoke is white and it doesn't move. I was like, that's kind of buzzing. So anyway, I just wanted to make that comparison. So that would explain why Towa is buck wild, because I'd be buck wild too if this were my situation right now. I gazed cautiously into his eyes and I opened my mouth to speak.
名前に理由なんてない。何でもよかった。
そうか。君の友達の話によると、ユーフォリアの由来は懐中時計だそうだな。
I'm afraid.
その懐中時計を見せてもらえないか。
Silently, I jerked my chin in the direction of the easel.
少し借りてもいいだろうか。
He didn't seem to care about my answer because he pulled it off the easel and put it in his pocket.
レイ、どうした？何かあったか？それともトワはまだ起きて？
Can y'all go over it? I love you guys. I love Ray and I love Taku. You guys need to go away. Fujieda's here. I'm trying to get information. Just then, Taku peeked in.
あんた。
As soon as he laid eyes on Fujieda, his expression hardened.
先ほどは失礼しました。
なんでここに？
先生はトワさんがいないとおっしゃられていましたが、念のために確認をと思いまして。
Ooh, this sly fox of a
部
man.
屋にいたようでよかったです。
He didn't even flinch. He's just like, I know you told me he wasn't here, but he was. Sheesh. Fujieda's voice was so level, you wouldn't even realize he was being sarcastic. Until he smirked, that is. Taku glared back at him
で
silently.
は、私はこれで。
何を調べてる？高里組に言われたのか？
When I called after him, he stopped and looked over his shoulder.
ただの君の絵のファンだよ。
Oh, you sly fox. His voice was flat and emotionless. Then he continued.
聞いてばかりでは申し訳ないから、最後に一つ。こちらからも情報を提供しよう。
What?
昔、ユーフォリアという店があったことを知っているか？
No! 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 No!
その話を知ったとき、こう思った。君
No.
と同じ名前だ。と。
Did Towa's mom work in a place called Euphoria? I will cry. I will weep. Because I have a feeling that means that's probably why Towa's probably used as part of that. Ah, boy. Okay. With that meaningful comment, he left the room. As the door shut behind him, I stood there blankly. They and Taku were both frozen in place. So what if there used to be some kind of business called Euphoria? What of it?
どう？大丈夫か？
No! Towa has been asked, are you okay? So many times this entire chapter, and it's just like, does he seem okay to anybody? Like, I'm getting a little frustrated. They're like, are you okay? Are you okay? And Towa's like, I'm fine, I'm fine. And I'm just like, you guys, he's not okay. It's obvious he's not. But he's not gonna be like, yeah, I feel terrible. Like, you know, like, I'm like, he's obviously not. Like, especially with Taku, it's like, Taku, does he look okay? Does he seem okay? He has not been okay for like the past 80 million years. You know, so. Okay, bring it back. I didn't answer or even look at him. I still didn't feel like talking to him.
急にあの人がいたからびっくりしたけど、トワも嫌な気分になるわよね。
Sensing the awkward tension, Ray spoke stiffly while glancing between me and Taku. Ray is trying so hard. He tries his bestest. He's such a good boy.
ちょっと常識がないわよね。勝手に人の部屋に入るなんて。
I mean, he did call. He was quite polite about it, actually.
俺は仕事に戻るぞ。
Taku is not okay. Taku muttered quietly before leaving the room.
私も戻る。トワ、まだ休んでてもいいからね。
Never mind. Go sleep, Towa. Go sleep. With that, Ray rushed out of the room after him. Fujieda. He was the most unreadable person I'd ever met in my life. Staring into his eyes didn't ruffle him in the slightest. Not even his smoke changed. What was he after? I couldn't figure it out. Who even was he? All I knew for sure was that he wasn't remotely trustworthy. Oh yeah! Absolutely. Fujieda is like scary. When the clinic closed for lunch break, there came a small knock on my door and Ray timidly walked in.
久しぶりにトワの部屋でご飯でも食べようかなって思って。
He held up the paper bag in his hand. I could see the local bakery's logo on the front.
どう？
I love you. You know, when you need Ray, he's really there for you, huh? He fixed me an inquiring look. I answered curtly, then sat down on the sofa. I wasn't really in the mood to talk to anyone, but I didn't have the energy to shoot him down. Cleared the space on the messy coffee table and set a plate down. Then he set out all the pastries and sat in the chair across from me.
また全然ご飯食べてないんでしょう。少し無理してでも食べた方がいい
Yeah,
わ。
he really should. All he's been doing is like throwing up. So he needs foodsies. Towa needs foodsies!
あの懐中時計。
When I finally spoke up, Ray flinched and froze in place.
お前が部屋に転がってるのを見つけて、ユーフォリアって刻印のことを俺に話したんだよな。
ええ、そうね。
Retracing my memories, I continued.
絵を描く時の名前をユーフォリアにしたらどうかって言ったのもお前だ。
そうよ。でも私、同じ名前のお店があるなんて知らなかったわ。
Flustered, he shook his head in protest.
別にお前を疑ってるわけじゃない。
うん。
Nodding, he slumped his shoulders.
あの時計、あの人が持ってっちゃったのよね。大切なものなのに。
大切なもの？
Oh? I looked at him suspiciously and his expression shifted dramatically.
Oh.
No! His smoke changed colors and started swaying faintly. He was hiding something. I narrowed my eye.
どういう意味だ？
Oh, please, you better tell me the truth.
それは、だって大切でしょ。
Oh, don't lie, Ray. You're already here.
俺はあれが大切だなんて言ったことはない。
でも。
What? Ray was panicked to the point of tears. Then finally he gave in and looked back at me.
前に、さっきの人がルーストに来た時、ユーフォリアって名前にやけに食いついてきたって話したじゃない。ユーフォリアって聞いたら思い出すのは懐中時計だったからタクに聞いたの。あの時計何か大事なものなのかしらって。
I want so bad to like understand Taku. But Taku's really grinding me right now. He's like, he's not helping. Like he just keeps like not assisting. Like he keeps being like, oh, just no. Like I'm not gonna tell you anything. So he, like I said, he's causing more problems. So Towa can't even stop Fujieda from taking his stuff. So of course he's just like, yeah, take the watch, I don't care. You know, like Taku is really like Taku. Okay, sorry. Let's continue.
そしたらあの時計は
Yeah, I knew it.
お母さんの形見なんだって言われて。でもトアには黙っておいてほしいって言われてたの。覚えてないならその方がいいから。
Taku? Gosh. Taku! Making everything worse.
それって本当にいいのかなっていう疑問はあったの。お母さんの形見なのにって。黙っていてごめんなさい。
He closed his eyes in shame. Apparently, the pocket watch was a memento of my mother's. I had no emotional reaction to this information. Of course, it's pretty ironic that I named myself Euphoria after an engraving on my mother's watch. But what of the establishment called Euphoria? Is there some connection between the two? Mother's cute. That's a rose.
ね、
Again, it's
よか
not
ったら
lost on me.
パン
There's
食
a
べてね。
rose on that
少しで
box.
もいいから。
So, again, these little things are not lost on me. I did see the rose stamp thingy on the little cardboard. I didn't ignore it. I didn't ignore that. Breaking the heavy silence, Today smiled awkwardly and tapped the plate of pastries.
それと今日お店でクリスマスパーティーがあるの。無理にとは言わないけ
Not
ど、
the Christmas
大丈夫
party.
そうならとわも来てね。
I had no interest in the party itself, but all the Roost regulars were invited each year, including the people Fujieda spoke to about me. Sure. He's like, yeah. I nodded and Ray donned a relieved smile.
待ってるわ。
The party was tonight. I slowly pushed myself up from a reclined position against the sofa. Then I grabbed the closest pastry and took a small bite. At this, Ray's smile brightened all the more. I wasn't suddenly hungry or anything. I just knew I might need the energy for later, so I figured I'd stock up. Slowly, I chewed the pastry without even tasting it. Oh boy. As I zoned out, smoking and watching TV, the dark of night set in. There was still time before the Christmas party. Maybe I'll go kill time somewhere. I crushed my cigarette in the ashtray, rose to my feet, and pulled on my coat. We're here! Exploration time! Alright. Let's see what we got here. Okay. Let me see what we got. No wonder. Okay. Alright. Give me just a moment. I'm gonna fill up my water. As Towa needs strength from his pastries, I need strength from my water bottle. So give me a second. Am I emotionally ready? Who knows? Let's see. Alright, children. Here we go. My water. Let's go on this journey. It's gonna be rough, isn't it? Okay. So let's just go in order. Let's go in order. Call it good. Make our lives easy. Oh, get a little bit of a reprieve. I feel so, just feel so bad because Towa's like, excuse me. I just feel so bad this entire time because Towa's just like, I think Towa feels like he's just being like run around like a little rag doll, you know, and I'm like, ugh. I feel that. It's like he has no control of anything, everything's out of control, the vibes, you know, all that stuff, so. Alright. Let's see. I sensed someone's gaze and looked over. I thought I saw something slip into the shadow of a building. Or was my mind playing tricks on me? Ah, yes, Inada. I don't know anything about Inada. Is Inada like important? Like, is he just like here for kicks? It's you. You're Towa, right? Oh. What is it? I'm going to fill you in. This information will surely come in handy, I think. Did you know Shinkomi has a history of unsolved cases and mysterious deaths? Another one happened just recently, too. A man's body was found with all of his teeth and fingerprints forcibly removed. Ugh. The corpse was recovered, but the investigation got cut short. Nefarious powers at work, I'm sure of it. Rumor has it, a ghost haunts the deathmatch area. Spooky. It's the spirit of a tall man wearing a black coat, and they say it's pretty violent. Is it really a ghost? Unrelated, but There's a group in black that's been ambushing people on the streets. What is the world coming to? They say Sakaki is a shoo-in to be the next Takasato leader. He's the candidate with the most support from the lower rank members, and he's fairly popular with the civilians too. Come to think of it, rumor has it Tono's been disappearing lately. The timing suggests it's related somehow. Before Shinkomi rose to prosperity, the Tokyo Olympic Games ended in failure, and the subsidized casino industry went unnoticed. Then Takasato Ryujiro bought Shinkomi, and brought it back to life. Although, I hear he went about it rather forcefully, but if he breathed new life into Shinkomi's carcass, then maybe it proves he was competent? This is sudden, but are you searching for anything right now? Whenever you have trouble finding something, I hear the trick is to look at your old possessions, like photos. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. Who the hell are you exactly? I mean, nada. Bye. Interesting. Okay. I have learned nothing. You tell me. Yeah, I have learned nothing about Inada in this entire time. Okay, let's go to shopping center. Towa-san! Medikuri! Hey. Sheesh, don't act excited to see me or anything. Not that you ever do.
Towa-san!
Anyway, perfect timing! Towa-san, take a look at this. Know what this is? A bomb. Color me impressed. Whenever you want to show me something, it's usually a bomb. That's out of the bag then. This one is known as C4. It went to my house, so I figured I'd beef it up a little, then return it to sender. It was sent to your house? Correct. Admittedly, I've made enemies of quite a few folks. So this happens from time to time. But I gotta say, this guy's made a pretty risky move. By letting me upgrade his C4, I can now level an entire skyscraper. Isn't that incredible? I think I have to answer. Yeah. Negative, right? Yeah. Incredibly illegal. Aw, come on! I mean, it is, but still. Honestly, I'm glad he sent it to me. I'm grateful to him. Alright. Then, I'm happy for you. Anyway, I gotta prep this bad boy for shipment. So I'll be going now. See you around, Towa-san. Okay, let's see. Okay. Alright, let's get to the next guy. As per usual, I'm just gonna go everywhere because I always do. Just in case, you know? Okay. Alright. Cool.
Oh.
Oh, Towa.
Towa da!
Hey besties. It's Towa! What are you up to? Nothing much. You guys on the clock? Yep, but we got a little time before the next gig, so we're just strolling around. Let's give them a talk. We were just talking about our hometowns. Kotaro's is Shinkomi, but mine is different. You weren't born in Japan, right? Right, I grew up in a grassy place, hunting and tending to horses. Horses? Apparently, Mayu worked as a mercenary back in his home country. Well, I was born here in Shinkomi. Kotaro was actually the dog's name, but at some point it became my name too. You were given a dog's name?
Oh no.
I was a dumpster baby, so I never had a real name to begin with. Dang. That was deeper than I wanted to go. Oh.
それで
Towa, when were you born? I should probably answer honestly. Well, answer, yeah.
ポジティブ
Shinkomi.
だよな。
Thought so. You have the look of a born and bred Shinkomian.
なになに
What? His face looks like Shinkomi. Yeah. You know, it's weird. Oh, you know what's weird? I've known Mayu here for a long time, and
わからね
while we seem completely different on the outside, we're kind of similar. Yeah.
なるほど
That's 100% true. You and me are the same. No, we're not. Oh, shut up. I said similar and different, didn't I?
まあ
If you ask me, you look like two peas in a pot. Exactly. Yeah, you are. You got it, Towa.
え。マジかよ。
For real? Yeah. Guess I'll ask Asia too. Yeah, they're very, very honestly, a little Tweedledee and Tweedledum type of beat. Have you heard of an establishment called Euphoria?
どういうことだ
Isn't that your artist name? Apparently there used to be a business with the same name. Never heard of it. You?
さあね
No clue. Gotcha.
またな。
Sorry, pal. Anyway, see you later, Towa.
またね
See you. Okay. I got what I needed. Kotaro. Cracking me up.
Yeah.
No, I'm busy. Sorry, honey. Well, maybe another time. Maybe all that hunting is where Mayu got his eagle eyes. Interesting.
そうよ
I can see really far. Yeah. And then he ended up in Otaku anyway. Oh, mercy. Okay. Oh boy. Okay. Let's get a move on. Wait, so no Roost yet. There's nothing here. So yeah, there's nothing here. Okay. But I just remember last route where it's like Towa would not even listen to me. I was very upset. No, I was just joking. And then the answers would just disappear, and I was like, oh, I can check it out while I'm at it. All right, this ended. Okay, let's go, kids. Oh boy, here we go. As I was walking down the street, a familiar motorcycle flew past. Ray? I squinted at the rider as he disappeared into the distance. Sure enough, it was Ray. But where was he headed? Yeah, where was he headed? Mildly curious, I continued minding my own business. This is Sakaki Street in District C. Oh. Where is he going? What's here? Wait, isn't this where HQ is? Yeah, isn't that where HQ is? Oh, but isn't... Where is the... Okay. Good to know. Okay. I think that's all there is here. Besides, you know... Tulalus! Let us talk. Okay. This is the entrance to District A. Okay, this is... Okay, I guess we're going to Roost back. Okay, because there's nothing much here. Alright, to move! Alright. To the Christmas party! Ooh, we are rumbling. And so, I headed off to the Christmas party at Roost. I love that tree so much. I love that tree. Unsurprisingly, I found the words. Unsurprisingly, I found the place decked out in Christmas decorations, packed full of party guests. Due to my continued poor health, it all felt even more cloying than usual, stabbing into my eye and ears. The room was full of people's smoke, whirling together in a hideous rainbow of colors. The guests and employees were all wearing different costumes, talking and drinking merrily. I slipped through the crowd and made my way to the counter.
Towa-kun, Merry Christmas!
Merry Christmas, manager! Taicho. The manager smiled at me from behind the counter, wearing a Santa hat.
どうしたの？顔色が悪いけ
He's
ど。
not well, but he's here.
人混みは苦手だ。
At this, his smile stiffened.
苦手なのに毎年来てくれてありがとう。注文はお任せでいい？
ああ。
He set about making my drink. I sat down, lit a cigarette, and after I took a long drag, I felt my irritable mood improve a bit. As I exhaled, I looked around the bar. The regulars were all crowded around the tables, wearing flashy costumes. I took another drag and contemplated whether to go ask them about Fujieda. Then my drink arrived.
お待たせ。
Oh, it's different. Usually we get the whiskey, you know. I inclined my head, took my drink in one hand, then pinched my cigarette between my fingers with the other. But before I could take a step, I spotted two familiar faces headed my way. These are my besties.
Merry
my
Christmas,
besties!
Towa!
Junko! Merry Christmas, Junko!
Happy holiday!
Happy holidays, Honami! It was Junko and Honami.
今日は
My
レイがお
besties.
休みで残念だけど楽しんでいってよね。
レイが休み？
I was gonna say, I was like, but he invited Towa. The two of them exchanged a glance.
あら、聞いてないの？今日はお休みするって連絡があったのよ。
レイ、毎年すっごくパーティーを楽しみにしてるのに、ほんと残念よね。
レイの分も
Where'd he go?
楽しんでいってね、どうは？
Oh boy. Grinning, they walked off to talk to the other guests. Ray wasn't at this party, but he was the one who invited me. Get sick or something? Thinking back to our interaction at lunchtime, I made my way across the crowded room to the equally crowded tables.
Yo.
I called out with a smile and a group of regulars looked up at me. One of them I'd spoken to a handful of times in the past. His eyes sparked gleefully at me.
あれ、トワ君だ。メリークリスマス。
メリークリー。
どうしたの？珍しいね。トワ君から声かけてくるなんて。
みんな盛り上がってるし、たまには変わったことでもしようかと思って。
Oh, you sly little fox. Squinting, I took a drag of my cigarette, then exhaled the smoke with a faint smile.
いいね、いいね。せっかくのクリスマスだしね。
Yes, it's holiday spirit, baby. Holiday spirit, baby. Following the flow of the conversation, I clinked my glass with his and took a sip.
あ、店長、おかわりお願いします。
Let's go. The regular raised a hand in the direction of the counter.
今だから言っちゃうんだけどさ、トワ君って妙な色気があるよね。
You drunk? One of the drunk red-faced regulars shot me a meaningful look. At this, I playfully quirked a brow.
俺に？あんた、傷フェチなの？
Towa got the breeze.
いや、まあこんな店に通ってるんだし、傷は別に嫌いじゃないよ。
It's true, true.
でも、そういうの抜きにしても、トワ君に流し目で見られると、ちょっとドキッとしちゃうみたいだね。
He's either really drunk or he's like, I'm gonna shoot my shot.
謎が多い感じするもんな。暴いてみたくなるような雰囲気はあるよね。
ほら、トワ君って割と誰でも OK なんでしょ。
That's true. He whispered, smirking.
気分が乗ればな。
Towa's just like, it's whatever.
その話マジなんだ。じゃあ俺にもチャンスある？男は未経験だけど興味はあるんだよな。
Oh no, we're having this conversation.
そういう気分の時だったら相手するよ。
Oh, okay. Here you go.
マジか。
After I shrugged off his drunken advances, I decided to cut to the chase.
ところで聞きたいことがあるんだけど。
何？
スーツを着た硬そうな男のこと覚えてるか？店に来たんだろ？
At this, the regulars all nodded.
ああ、覚えてるよ。トワ君のファンってやつでしょ？
It's fine, sorry.
なんでこんな店に来るんだって感じの人ね。
そいつ俺について聞き回ってたんだって。
そうそう、いろいろ聞かれたよ。トワ君、あの人に何かしたの？
Oh, he's shameless. Fujieda doesn't care. Yeah, he's shameless. He's just like, I have questions.
何も。ただその男はユーフォリアって名前の店を探してるらしい。
それってトワ君と同じ名前だね。
Yeah, they don't know anything.
ああ、だから俺のことを聞いて回ってたのかと思って。
同じ名前の店ね。そんな店あったっけ？俺知らないな。
俺も。
昔あったんだよ。会員制の高級クラブの
The
名前だ
manager, of course the manager knows. I looked over and saw the manager standing there holding a drink.
はい、おかわり。
He took the empty glass off the table and replaced it with the new glass.
あ、どうも。
店長、知ってるのか？
ああ、うん。A トップがまだ元気だった頃、
Of course, it's
一部で
District
は有
A.
名な店だったんだよ。
Of course.
昔から新興民に住んでる人なら知ってるんじゃないかな。当時、高里組がやってる店の中でもかなり人気があったらしいから。ユーフォリア、意味は多幸感だね。まあ、特別珍しい言葉でもないし、名前が被ることもあると思うよ。
With that, the manager walked behind the counter. I raised my cigarette to my lips and wordlessly turned away from the regulars.
あれ？トワ君、トイレ？
Instead of answering, I walked back to my seat at the counter. According to the manager, Euphoria was a members-only luxury nightclub located in District A. Was my mother involved somehow? If the place was as popular as the manager claimed, then information about it would be easy to come by. And yet Fujieda was having to go to such great lengths to dig up anything. Or was he investigating something else? If he worked for the Takasato Gumi, then surely he had access to all the information he needed. Maybe I should ask Sakaki. I crushed my cigarette in the ashtray and downed my drink. Then I pulled out my wallet, grabbed a few bills at random, and plunked them down on the counter.
ああ、トワ君、ちょっと待って。
Before I could leave, however, the manager flagged me
こ
down.
れ、トワ君に渡してくれって頼まれたんだけ
Gosh,
ど。
what is... Oh, the stress is real! He handed me something and I took it. Madarame's here. It was a lighter. A grimy red and silver Zippo lighter. For a moment, my breath faltered.
これ、誰が持ってきたんだ？
I asked quietly without looking up from the lighter.
名前は聞かなかったんだ。ごめん。でも、見たことのない人だったよ。
We're just going all in, aren't we? I never thought I'd see this thing ever again. It was a gift from Madarame. But Madarame died a long time ago. So what was it doing here?
トワ君？
The manager's voice brought me back to my senses. I stuffed the lighter into my pocket and spun on my heel. Then I walked straight to the door and left the bar. But even as the sound of chatter faded, the sickening holiday cheer still clogged the air. I turned down a dark, shadowy alley in the direction of the clinic. Back at my place, I pulled off my coat and laid down on the sofa. Then I switched on the TV and closed my eye. Adarame's lighter flickered through my mind, but I shook it from my mind by thinking instead of everything that happened lately. Euphoria, the nightclub that shared my name, that my mother was involved with. Ikuina and Asakura, two figures from my past that I coincidentally could no longer speak to. Not to mention the ever-elusive Kirihara Nozomu. And the mystery packages containing fragments of my past. Who kept sending them and for what purpose? What was Fujieda investigating? With a sigh, I rose from the sofa, grabbed my coat, and pulled out my phone. Then I placed a call to Sakaki. Is his sister alive? Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm just like, my thoughts, they go. I waited for a while as it rang, but when it became clear he wasn't going to answer, I reluctantly hung up again. After I tossed my phone onto the sofa, I grabbed a blister pack of sleeping pills and popped one into my mouth. Then I grabbed the floor bottle, washed it down with a swig of booze, and lay back down. I knew sleep would probably bring more nightmares. Nightmares of my past. Normally, I always forgot the details by the time I woke up, but now, I was hoping to remember. To think I was trying to have nightmares on purpose. Scoffing at myself, I closed my eye and waited for sleep to come. Oh, mercy. Come on, give me information! Fire. No. Just fire red. The room was illuminated in brilliant scarlet. Someone was standing in front of me. But they were silhouetted by the light, so I couldn't see their face. With the fiery red light behind them, the figure gazed down at me silently. For some reason, my heart trembled. I felt like crying, but I didn't know why. Sure enough, I had a nightmare, then woke up the next day feeling terrible. Nausea and a migraine right out of the gate. Grimaced in pain. This time I remembered my dream quite vividly. I was in a fiery red room, and a woman was standing there with me. I didn't get a good look at her face, but I could vaguely tell she had soft features. And yet, I instinctively feared her. Why? My head began to ache sharply. When I tried to remember more, the nausea intensified and I raced into the bathroom. I puked into the toilet, then staggered to the sink to gargle and wash my face. Back in the living room, I pulled a bottle of booze from the fridge and returned to the sofa, sipping occasionally. I set the bottle on the floor, then lit a cigarette. The nausea had receded, but the headache was still very much there. I grabbed my phone and checked the screen. I'd received an email from Taku explaining that the clinic would be closed today for personal reasons. The fact that he couldn't come tell me in person was proof of just how busy he was. Personally, this suited me fine, because I was planning to go visit Sakaki today. Just in case, I decided to I'd give him a call in advance, but then my phone buzzed. Conveniently, it was Sakaki calling.
Hi.
Towa, 起きてたか? 昨日の夜着信があったからよ。どうした?
聞きたいことがある。今からそっちへ行ってもいいか?
ああ、と言っても事務所にはいねえぞ。
Where are you?
どこにいるんだよ。
教会だ。
Church? He was probably referring to Shinkomi Cathedral.
すぐに行く。
Okay. I hung up, then immediately rose to my feet, grabbed my coat, and left the room. I arrived at the cathedral beneath a sky full of dull gray clouds. I couldn't sense anyone nearby, just the dry scratching of leaves as the wind blew them down the road. I walked to the entrance and stepped inside. The first thing I noticed was the vaulted ceiling. The only light source was the dim glow of the candle scattered all around. The pews were lined up in perfectly spaced rows, and at the very front, a man stood with his back turned, looking up at the crucifix on the far wall. When I approached, he looked over his shoulder at me. It was Sakaki.
Yo, nanda?
He shot me a suspicious look.
いつにも増して不健康そうな面してるな。どうせまた酒ばっか飲んでるんだろう。
I mean, he drinks every day.
夢見が悪いんだよ。
夢見？悪夢でも見るのか？
Yes, actually.
ああ、多分母親の。
Oh? At this, his expression stiffened. But he quickly turned back to the crucifix.
あんた信者だったのか？
信者？
なんでこんなところにいるんだよ。
今日はある人の命日でな。祈りを捧げたくなったんだ。
With that, he looked back at me. His expression was relaxed again, and he was smiling softly.
で、聞きたいことってなんだ？
I stared into his eyes point blank.
母親について知りたい。
At this, he furrowed his brow slightly, like a concerned parent, and he slowly nodded.
そうか。少しずつ思い出してきてるのか。
俺の部屋にある懐中時計は母親の形見らしいな。
その話は誰から聞いた？
Ray.
タクだよ。
Taku. Well, technically it was Taku, but he told Ray.
それで？
時計に刻まれたユーフォリアって文字。あんたはその意味を知ってるのか？
Is he gonna tell me? Fujieda had made some suggestive comment about the nightclub, but they were actually but were they actually connected?
知ってるぞ。
Okay, you can tell me? Sakaki nodded, smiling.
ユーフォリアってのはお前の母親がやってた店の名前だ。
Oh, well, that's not a good sign.
母親がやってた店。
あの懐中時計は開店記念で配られたノベルティなんだ。
He chuckled in amusement.
いや、偶然とはいえ、まさかお前が母親の店と同じ名前を名乗るなんてな。その話を聞いたときは、さすがに運命を感じたよ。
Oh boy.
やっぱり親子ってのは似るもんなんだってな。
Excuse me? What are you implying here? He smiled in delight. I gazed back silently.
他にも何か思い出したのか？
No.
まだ聞きたいことがある。
なんだ？
まだらめのことだ。
Instantly, Sakaki's lips curled in a frown.
その話はあまりしたくねえな。もう終わったことだ。まだらめも加賀も死んだ。今さら掘り返しても何にもならねえだろう。
As I listened, I watched his smoke. It kept swaying and changing colors restlessly, suggesting his composure was merely an outward facade. On the inside, he was flustered. He was probably hiding something, but I knew no amount of badgering would get him to tell
そ
me.
れ以外の話なら聞くぞ。
Okay.
じゃあ、藤枝は？
藤枝？弁護士か。あいつがお前のところへ行ったってのか。
Sakaki frowned.
あんたがやったんじゃないのか？
俺は知らねえぞ。
His smoke didn't waver. Apparently, he wasn't lying. In other words, Fujieda wasn't acting on Sakaki's orders. Was he working alone?
まあ、あんまり勝手なことはするなって言っとかねえとな。
With a sigh, Sakaki smiled and looked back at me.
それにしても、お前が母親のことを
I
思
don't know,
い
it
出し
doesn't
て
sound
く
like
れ
it's a
て
good thing, though. It doesn't sound very good.
嬉しいんだ、俺は。
Especially if Towa has, like, a bit of a some kind of phobia of women? I don't know if it's a good thing.
今日はある人の命日だって言っただろう。
I could have guessed that, Sakaki. Who else were you gonna come here
母
for?
親の命日なんだよ。
Uh-oh. Just then my vision began to sway.
今日ここでこうしてお前と母親の話ができるなんてな。運命としか言いようがねえ。
What's up with her? I'm like, what is
な
that?
あ、とは。
He called my name in a solemn voice. I looked at him.
いろいろと気になることはあるだろうが、大丈夫だ。心配するな。すべていい方へ向かう。
He walked up to me and clapped me on the shoulders with both hands. No! My sight dimmed and an intense wave of nausea shot up. Reflexively, I pushed him backwards.
おい、大丈夫か、お前。
He started to approach, but I held up a hand to stop him, and I stumbled to the door. I could hear that same voice again. Don't remember. Don't dig any deeper. Despite puking, I still felt sick. Discomfort wriggled in my gut. So I left the church and staggered back home to the clinic. Oh, Towa! When I got home, I flopped down on the sofa and didn't get up until the sky was dark. The headache was still there, but the nausea was gone, so I decided to take a quick shower and head to Roost. When in doubt, head to Roost! Arriving at Roost, I walked to the counter and sat down.
トワ君、いらっしゃい。お任せ。
ああ。
Following our usual exchange, the manager got started on my drink. I pulled my cigarettes and lighter out of my coat pocket and slid one between my lips. The more I kept digging, the more questions I had, and it felt like I was straying further and further from the answers I wanted. Ooh, tasty. As I lit my cigarette, the manager set my drink down on the counter. I set my cig in the ashtray, grabbed the glass, and thought back to what Sakaki said to me. Now I had confirmation that Euphoria was the name of my mother's business. And Sakaki didn't seem to know about Fujieda sniffing around either. If he was working alone, then he had to have some sort of personal motive. Before I knew it, my glass was empty. I raised it at the manager to ask for another. Then, as I was taking a drag, someone plopped down next to me.
こんばんは、とわさん。
Eiji! It was Eiji, and evidently he was alone.
店長、モスコミュールをください。とわさんは？
もう頼んだ。
The manager set another drink down in front of me. I crushed my cigarette in the ashtray, then grabbed the glass.
あ、そういえば桐原なんですけど、ちょっと残念なお知らせです。
Oh no. As I sipped my new drink, I looked over at him and waited for him to continue.
亡くなってました。トラックにひかれた
Hit
そうで。
by a truck! Well, this can't be good. Someone's definitely like... For a moment I froze, then I set my drink down on the counter. Uina had killed himself. Asakura was in a coma, and now Kirihara Nozomu had died in an accident. Plus his older brother from the headshots had committed too. Now I couldn't ask a single one of them about my past. And the manager set a drink in front of Eiji.
ありがとうございます。桐原望はクリシュナというカフェでバイトしてたみたいですね。少し頼りない感じのある真面目な青年だったらしいです。あと調べてるうちに分かったことなんですが、どうも怪しい集団とつるんでたみたいで。
Was that the,
怪しい集団
Was that the assault party?
はい。それが事故と関係してるのかは分かりませんが。
Well,
ま、
that is
人
one
間
of
何で
those
死ぬかなんて
mysteries.
誰にも分からないですしね。
Oh boy. I watched out of the corner of my eye as he shrugged and took a sip of his drink. Eiji specialized in all types of information gathering. It stood to reason that he might know something about Fujieda and or my mother's business.
ユーフォリアって店知ってるか？
At the sudden question, he whipped his head around to look at me.
それ、他の人にも聞かれましたよ。藤枝さんっていう弁護士さんなんですけど。
Fujieda even managed to ask Eiji?
あと、トワさんのこともいろいろ聞かれました。藤枝さんとお知り合いなんですか？
知り合いってわけじゃない。
I wouldn't say
じゃあ
like that.
顔見知りとかそんな感じですか？まあそのお店のことはなんとなくしか聞いたことがなかったんで軽く調べてみたんですよ。でも記録が全然残ってなくて、
Oh boy.
結構有名な高級クラブだったみたいですね。表だって怪しいところは特になさそうな普通のキャバクラです。でも表面的には普通ってだけで全く怪しくないってことはないと思います。
Exactly.
むしろ綺麗すぎて逆に怪しさ満点って感じで。
藤枝はそのごく普通のキャバクラを調べてる。雇い主を無視して単独でな。
それ僕も気になったから本人に聞いてみたんですよ。榊さんは知ってるんですかって。
なんて言ってた？
教えてもらえませんでした。すっごい嫌な顔されちゃって。
Man, he's scary.
でもこの話なんだかちょっとミステリアスで面白そうですよね。僕も個人的に少し調べてみようかな。
His tone suggested he was eager to play a fun new game, but then he looked at me intently.
ただ多分これって高里組と新興民の闇につながってると思うんです。
Oh, I bet as well.
だからもしかしたら今までみたいにいろいろと教えることができなくなるかもしれません。僕の身も危なくなるかもしれないんで。
He spoke in a theatrically low voice and chuckled.
ま、高里組に迷惑がかかるようなことはしませんけどね。念のために他の人には内緒にしておいてください。
Absolutely.
その代わりトワさんの依頼は優先して聞きますし、何か知りたいことがあったら情報も提供します。
He smiled mischievously, but then he cocked his head like he had just thought of
トワさん、
something.
遠野さんってどうしてるか知ってます？
No, I hate that guy.
ここのところさっぱり姿を見なくて。っていうか遠野さんもですけど、榊さん今すごく警戒してるんですよ。実質榊さんが組長みたいな感じになっちゃってるから面白く思ってない連中も当然いますし。
Interesting.
それにほら聞いたことあります？ある幽霊の噂。
What, you mean Madarame? My smile stiffened slightly.
その幽霊の正体っていうのが例の構想に関係してる人なんです。もしその幽霊が生きてたとしたらどうします？
Oh, AJ, I know you know he's alive. I looked away, evading his pointed gaze.
どうもしない。
そもそもその幽霊の存在を信じます？
AJ's like, I'm dropping hints.
冗談だろ。
I scoffed at him, but then that red and silver Zippo lighter rose up in the back of my mind. Eiji gazed back at me, smiled, and wordlessly raised his glass to his lips. As for me, I lit another cigarette and took a long, slow drag. But the nicotine felt unusually bitter on my tongue, so I took only a few more puffs before crushing it in the ashtray. Ugh. My little brain is tinkering so hard. I left Roost and walked down the dark street, breathing in the night air. Eiji said he had an errand to run, so he left ahead of me. Then I got drunk and now my brain was fuzzy from the booze. So many questions and absolutely no answers. Dark emotions built in my chest. I was so confused. I felt sick. My head ached. Felt like every inch of my body was filled with sludge, and it made me wish someone would just slash me open. My brain was rotting in my skull. Anyone would do. I just need to get it out of my system. Oh gosh, here we go. When I looked up, I realized there were a few people standing idly around. Come to think of it, this area was known colloquially as Brothel Street. Prostitutes of all ages and genders came here to turn tricks. At one point, I tried standing on a corner around here purely out of curiosity, but coming all this way was such a hassle, I didn't last long. The hookers here wore a variety of outfits, from modest to provocative. I paused to take in the sights around me. But right as I was about to keep walking, I felt a gaze and look over. An unfamiliar man was looking at me, and when our eyes met, he walked over.
あんた、トワだろ？
Baby.
誰だ
Yeah, who you?
俺ずっと前にあんたのことを見てから気になってたんだけどさ、まさかここにあんたが来るとは思ってなかったからびっくりしたよ。
Towa, please.
ここにいるってことはつまりそういうことだよな。
He's just drunk. He smiled. It was clear what his intentions were. I mulled it over for a moment, then smiled faintly.
ああ
ラッキー、聞いてみるもんだ。
Oh god. This dude's gonna get beat up.
こっち
Oh boy. I jerked my chin in the direction of a narrow alley and started walking. As his footsteps followed after me, I came to a stop at the dead end on the other side of the alley and turned back to face him. With a less vicious grin, less vicious grin, he wrapped both arms around me. Before he could latch on, I pushed him lightly back. Oh.
なあどうしたい
Oh. I whispered as I gazed into his eyes.
俺にどうしてほしい
Oh, Towa.
そりゃ
頼みがある
なんだ
ナイフ持ってるか
Oh boy.
ああ、小さいやつならあるけど。
Oh boy. We're going this route. He reached into his pants pocket and pulled out a Swiss Army knife. He handed it to me. I took it and pulled out one of the blades. Oh!
何
Homie was not ready for Towa.
これで俺を切ってほしいズタズタに引き裂いてくれ
え
He was not prepared for that. As he looked back at me in horror, I rolled up my sleeve and pressed the knife to my bare skin. Then I dragged it in a straight line that quickly turned scarlet as fresh blood rose to the surface.
おい、やめろよ。
簡単だろすぐに切れるほら早く
As the cut on my arm ached, I pressed the blade to my chest and slashed it downwards. This guy, he was not ready, he was not prepared. It sliced through my shirt and skin, and the searing pain made me exhale. Even in the dark, I could tell that my shirt was turning red. I was hungry for more pain, so I cut my arm again. My breathing grew uneven as my senses heightened. Then I pressed the blade against my shirt and dragged it in a different direction down my chest. First of all, this is not a Swiss Army knife. This is like a whole kitchen knife. Like, sorry. He looked at me in terror, took a few steps backwards, then bolted from the spot. But I was so engrossed in cutting myself, I didn't even notice that he had left until later. Blood dripped down my arm in a veiny pattern as I inflicted more cuts on my chest, stomach, and legs. Breathing heavily, I folded the blade closed and dropped the knife into my coat pocket. Cutting myself had helped somewhat to ease the pressure I felt inside. The dark emotions pent up in my chest must have leaked out through the new holes in my skin. Enjoying the pleasant pain, I headed back down the alley. My mind felt feverish and I couldn't think straight. I stumbled along with no clue where I was going. Every now and then I'd pass someone who would look at me in alarm. In this town, if you didn't have any caring friends, no one would reach out to help you no matter how injured you were. Being nice to people would only get you manipulated. Besides, it wasn't all that uncommon to see a guy walking down the street dripping blood. So they all made sure to avoid eye contact as much as possible so they wouldn't get dragged into any trouble. This was Shinkomi culture in a nutshell. Homie was not ready for Towa. Suddenly I found myself at the park. I was too tired to look up, so I walked along staring at the ground until I bumped into something. My lifeless legs gave out and I hit the ground.
君は
Is it Taku? The familiar, or should I say despicably unforgettable voice drew my attention and I looked up. Oh, it's Fujieda? Hold on. I'm distracted. Focus. Not again. Focus. 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 Oh. Woo. Okay. Of all the men I could have bumped into, just had to be Fujieda. Behind his glasses, his eyes narrowed in disgust.
すごい格好だな。
But Fujieda wasn't wearing his usual fancy getup. His hair was now messy and his coat was dirty. Upon further inspection, his cheek was red and swollen. Silently, he offered me a hand. I ignored him and rose to my feet.
そっちこそ自分の格好を鏡で見てこいよ。
He retracted his hand and shot me with an icy sneer and started walking.
待て。
I called after him. He stopped short, let out a dramatic sigh, and slowly turned back to look at me.
なんだ。
あんたが俺の周りを嗅ぎ回ってるのは知ってる。それを隠す気がないことも。
I could barely get my tongue to cooperate. Swallowing my saliva, I struggled to string more words together.
知りたいのはユーフォリアのことか。
Come on. He didn't answer, but I didn't care.
俺は昔のことをほとんど覚えてない。母親の顔もろくに思い出せない。
His eyebrows shifted suspiciously.
なのにどういう空前なんだか。最近やたらと過去に関わる厄介事ばかり起きる。でも過去を忘れてるんじゃ対処のしようがない。だから俺は自分の過去を調べてる。ユーフォリア、店にいた人間のことも知ってる。
I meant my mother, of course. But Fujieda probably didn't know that she used to run the place. Fujieda lowered his head and fixed me with a piercing, probing stare.
提案だ。俺が持ってる店の情報と引き換えに、あんたが何を調べてるのか教えろ。俺なら、あんたが知りたがってる情報を高里組、榊から引き出すことができるかもしれない。
What do you want? What do you want? He stared at me in silence, then finally he looked away.
君を信用していいのか。
だったら、信用できるようにすればいいんだな。
何をするつもりだ。
証明してやるよ。
I smirked at him.
準備ができたらこっちから連絡する。あんたの気が変わって連絡してくる分にはいつでも歓迎だ。
With that, I started to walk off, but my legs buckled and I staggered. He reached out and grabbed me by the arm. The distance between us closed and an unfamiliar smell wafted to my nose. His natural scent, perhaps. Whoa! That was fast. I got up on tiptoe and pressed my lips to his. He shoved me backwards and sent me reeling back on the ground. I could see him glaring at me with a hand cupped over his mouth. The sigh made me laugh.
お近づきの挨拶だ。
He glared at me venomously, then turned and walked off. Chuckling to myself, I sat there on the ground and watched him go. For the briefest moment, I got that perfect steely composure to crack, and now I was tickled pink. But although I told him I'd convince him I was trustworthy, I didn't have any clue how to go about it. Now I'd have to actually come up with something. I didn't like him much, but there was only so much I could investigate on my own. If we were both investigating the same thing, then it would be far more efficient for us to team up. That much was fact. I exhaled, then slowly heaved myself onto my feet. Most of the cuts had stopped bleeding, except for the ones on my chest. Dragging my heavy body, I slowly headed for the clinic. When I got there, the lights were still on in the waiting room. According to Taku's message, the clinic was closed today, but apparently someone was here. I walked around to the side entrance and locked the door and let myself in. Moments later, I heard someone walking down the hall, possibly to investigate the noise. It was Taku.
Towa, どうしたんだ? 喧嘩でもしたのか?
He scared one of the hookers. He frowned and strode over to me.
ずいぶんひどいな。
今日休みじゃなかったのか。
ん? ああ。
Did you lie to him? He averted his eyes hesitantly.
もう終わったんだ。それより怪我を見せてみろ。
Sussy.
ほっとけよ。
そうもいかんだろう。こっちへ来い。
As he spoke, he reached out, and I smacked his hand away. Yes, I'm sorry. You have to smack him away.
とわ。
触るな。
すぐ戻るから。少し待ってろ。
He's gonna be upstairs. We'll be upstairs. He held up both hands in a wait gesture, then hurried back down the hall. After a moment, he returned carrying something under his arm.
せめてこれ持っていけ。
He offered me a first aid kit. As I stood there in silence, he forced it into my hands.
受け取らないなら俺が部屋まで持ってくぞ。
I snatched the stupid first aid kit out of his hands. I did not want him following me upstairs. Ideally, I didn't want him setting foot in my apartment at all. There was no telling whether he might try to steal my stuff. Come to think of it, had I received anything else since then? Or was that sack of papers the last delivery?
俺宛ての荷物、他には届いてないのか？
ないぞ。
お前が取ったんじゃないだろうな。
もうそんなことはしない。
He frowned back at me. I shot him one final look, then headed for the elevator. When I reached the 3rd floor, I walked into my apartment. I tossed the first aid kit onto the sofa, ripped off my coat and shirt, and sat down. The cuts were still painful, but I didn't feel like treating them. Instead, I switched on the TV and grabbed a blister pack of sleeping pills off the coffee table. I popped one into my mouth, then grabbed the floor bottle and washed it down with booze. If I slept, I would probably have another nightmare. And when I woke up, I'd feel terrible and restless, and I'd have a migraine. Something told me my dreams might provide more important clues. Since when did I start giving about my past? But more importantly, what would happen once I remembered everything? Maybe nothing would change, or maybe everything would. I rested my head against the back of the sofa and closed my eye. Alright. What have we got? Oh gosh. Not the eyes. The room was tinged with scarlet light. I lay weakly on my side. All around me I could hear murmuring. There were multiple people here. People breathing, people whispering, clothes rustling. And their eyes were all fixed on me. Eyes as curious as a child's. It was creepy. It was sickening. I wanted to puke. But at some point I stopped feeling that way anymore. Come on. Come on, give me more. Give me more. Ah! Please. Ugh, mercy. When I awoke, I felt like trash again. So I just lay there onto the sofa and half listened to the drone on the TV. Once I started feeling a bit better, I sat up and grabbed my phone from the other side of the sofa. No word from Fujieda. I tossed the phone back where it was and looked at the TV. As I watched the images fly by in a kaleidoscopic blur, I thought to myself, how could I get Fujieda to trust me? Probably wouldn't be satisfied with my info if he felt he could have gotten it himself. Sakaki seemed happy that I was remembering my mother. Maybe he would tell me more about her if I asked him nicely. Guess I need to talk to Sakaki again. I rose from the sofa, got ready, and left the room without turning off the TV. Here we go.
アポもなしに急に来たな。今日はどうした？
Oh boy. I have fear. Sakaki sat in his leather chair with both hands on his desk, looking at me in amusement.
母親のことで話がある。
なんだ？言ってみろ。
いい加減苦しくなってきたんだ。
Yes, yes. I grimaced bitterly, stared down at the floor, and clenched my hands into fists.
母親のことを思い出せそうなのに顔すら思い出せない。それが苦しくて辛くて。
This was all an act, of course. That's my B. That's my BB. I wanted to appeal to Sakaki's emotions to improve my chances of getting information. So I looked at him beseechingly.
何か母親のことがわかるものはないのか。何でもいい。
He looked at me in silence for a while, then he opened a desk drawer and reached in.
マヤが写ってる写真がある。
Maya? It is she. He set a photograph down on the desk. There I could see a group of well-dressed women. Then he pointed to one of them.
この人がお前の母親だ。
Slowly I exhaled. So this was her. In the photo, the woman was smiling softly. Her expression was affectionate. Ah! Just then, a wave of dizziness washed over me and I braced myself against the desk.
おい、大丈夫か？
Sakaki rose from his chair.
そこのソファーに座れ。
As the edges of my vision turned black, I walked to the sofa and collapsed down onto it. I could hear that same voice again. Don't remember, don't dig any deeper. Then Sakaki walked over and set the photo onto the coffee table in front
こ
of
れ
me.
はお前にやろう。唯一マヤが写っている写真だ。
But why? Wait, that's so weird. As he spoke, he lowered his gaze to the photo with a melancholy expression on his face.
マヤはいい女だった。さすが組長が見初めた女だと思ったよ。おかしな意味じゃなく、純粋に尊敬してたんだ。
Interesting.
それに、マヤは愛情深くてな。お前をとても愛していたよ。
I don't know. I'm getting
お前
like
ももちろ
really.
ん、マヤを愛していた。
I get so suspicious about this. I don't believe them. I don't believe anybody. Like, they talk about her like she's a saint. Like, but like, if that's the case, why doesn't Towa remember her like at all? And why is there only one picture of her?
お前が記憶を失うほどのショックを受けたとしても仕方がない。
For some reason, I found myself questioning this. Did I really love my mother? The instant the thought crossed my mind, an indescribable feeling welled up inside me. The longer I looked at the woman in the photograph, Maya, the more uneasy I felt.
マヤは階段から落ちて亡くなったんだ。
階段
Staircase. It's always a staircase. Just then, a splitting headache erupted in my skull, making me grip my teeth. The voice in my head was getting louder and louder.
どうした？
なんでもない。それより階段から落ちたのか。
お前も巻き込まれて一緒にな。その時頭を打ったショックで記憶を失ったんだ。
それは事故だったのか。
That's not an accident. I don't believe that for a second. I scrutinized Sakaki's smoke but didn't notice any changes. Apparently he was telling the truth. I thought maybe Ikuina, Asakura, and Kirihara were involved somehow, but evidently not.
もっとマヤのことを思い出してやってくれ。そうすれば彼女も喜ぶだろう。
Well, we're gonna give it a try. He spoke in a quiet voice full of emotion.
そうだな。
We're gonna give it a try. I answered curtly and rose from the sofa without looking at him. Then I grabbed the photo, stuffed it into my coat pocket, and staggered up to the door.
少し休んでった方がいいんじゃねえか?
No, we busy. We gotta convince Fujieda to trust us.
いや、そんなんじゃ危ねえから人を連れてけ。おい、五十嵐!
Bestie! He beat me to the door and opened it and shouted into the hall.
Towa-san!
Igarashi! Igarashi walked into the study and looked at me in
体
surprise.
調が悪いらしい。送ってってやれ。
はい。
Igarashi put an arm around my shoulders for support, then escorted me out of the room.
父さん、この間から本当大丈夫っすか?
No. No, he's not. He's not. I nodded and together we left the office. The dizziness had faded along with the voice in my head, but I still felt terrible. Oh man, what time. Back at my place, my condition showed no signs of improving. Lying on the sofa, I used my phone to take a digital photo of the paper photo, then sent it to the email address listed in Fujieda's business card. Then I heaved myself up into a sitting position, rested my full weight against the back of the sofa, and had a smoke. That is until I got a phone call from Fujieda himself.
見たか?
ああ。件名も本文もなかったが、誰の画像なんだ?
俺の母親。
He fell silent.
それはどういう意味だ?
ユーフォリア。店をやってたのは俺の母親だ。榊が写真を持ってた。証明としては十分だろ。目的が同じなら俺と組んだ方が効率がいい。もっと知りたければあんたが何を調べてるのかを話せ。
I tensed the muscles in my gut so he wouldn't hear how hard I was breathing.
確かに。この女性は君に似ているな。
母親だからな。
過去については何か思い出したのか?
いや。
そうか。ならば、思い出した時にまた連絡してくれ。
Ah, he has to remember more. Okay. And with that, he ended the call. I pulled the phone away from my ear and let out a heavy sigh. I was still dizzy, but nevertheless I tried to call him back. I wanted him to tell me whether he agreed to my proposal. At this rate, our exchange was purely one-sided. Just then his voice revived in my ears. Instantly, I was struck with an indescribable impulse. I flung my phone down and ran into the bathroom. Then I looked in the mirror and squinted at my reflection. Did that woman and I really look alike? Not just slightly, but quite a bit. Well, of course we did. We were blood related after all. Ooh! A feeling resembling anger welled up. Gritting my teeth, I punched the mirror. There came a deafening crash as my reflection shattered into fragments. But that wasn't enough. I slammed my forehead into the broken mirror. Over and over. The shards cut my skin. Blood flicked onto the mirror. Warm droplets trickled down the center of my face. Breathing heavily, I picked up a shard of the mirror and peered into it. It showed the same reflection as all the rest, now with blood streaming from my forehead. Well, that's a start. But maybe I should destroy my whole face for good measure. Spurred by the same impulse, I pressed the shard of glass against my cheek. I could feel the tip sinking into my skin, sparking a tiny prick of pain. My mother's face flashed through my mind. That kind, sweet, smiling woman. Her lips slowly moved, forming words, but I couldn't hear her voice. I focused all my attention on her mouth in an attempt to read her lips. Out of nowhere, I felt a violently intense impact, like jumping awake from a dream. Slowly, I lowered the shard away from my cheek and stared down at it. The sight of my own face covered in blood was too funny for words. Why was I losing everything over a woman I could barely remember? I pressed the glass into my palm and dragged it rough across my skin. Scarlet line erupted in the shard's wake, spilling blood down my wrist and between my fingers. The pain pulsed in time with my heartbeat as the blood flowed. And oddly enough, it was a comforting sight. In the end, I dozed off on the sofa without treating my cuts. Or maybe I simply passed out.
Towa, 起きて。Towa, ねえ、起きてってば。
Oh, Ray! I could hear someone calling for me desperately.
Towa, 起きてよ。Towa, ねえ。
もう起きてる。
I could tell from his voice that it was Ray. Gently, I grabbed his hand to stop him shaking me.
よかった。生きてた。Towa.
Sniffling, he donned a relieved smile.
様子を見に来たら血まみれでソファに倒れてるんだもの。死んだのかと思って本気でびっくりしたんだから。
It's really sorry. Okay, I've been pretty silent for a while because I'm just like soaking it all in, but like poor Ray. Poor Ray. And I know like Ray and Taku literally like you can tell even more so in this chapter that they're used to like having a bunch of scares where they just think Towa's dead. Like not even like a after the euphoric episode, it's just like he'll just like not move or he'll come home bleeding and it's just like like you know. And I'm like, oh man, Towa really out here like this. At this, I sat up and looked down at myself. Given the bloodstains all over my hands and clothes, I could see how Ray would freak out.
何があったの？喧嘩？
Wordlessly, I jerked my chin at the bathroom. He straightened up, walked over, and peeked in.
何あれ？どうしてあんなことしたの？
さあ。
He was mad.
さあじゃないでしょ。頭突きでもした？
In response, I lifted my bangs to show him the cut on my forehead. The blood drained from his face.
額を切ったのね。その手も同じね。
As he spoke, he grabbed the first aid kit off the floor. It was the same one Taku had forced me to
Taku
take.
は診察中だし、手当てくらいなら私でもできるから。
He bent over, parted my bangs, and began to treat my cut.
動かないでよ。
I watched him as he worked.
パーティー来なかったんだな。
え？あ、うん。
He stopped and averted his gaze.
何かあったのか。お前が一番楽しみにしてたのに。
ちょっと具合が悪くなっちゃって。行けなくて本当に残念だったわ。
He spoke quickly and his smoke twitched restlessly. He was hiding something.
そういえば、藤枝さんがユーフォリアについて調べてるってやつ、何か分かったの？
母親の顔が分かった。
Right as he went back to treating my cut, he stopped
どうい
again.
うこと？
榊から母親の写真をもらった。
そう。
He nodded pensively. His gaze drifted to the floor, and then he looked back at me intently.
ねえ、お母さんの写真見たい。
I had no reason to hide it from him, so I looked over at the sofa.
その辺にある。
その辺って大事なものなのに適当なんだからもう。あった。
Mumbling to himself, he looked around the sofa until he spotted the photo.
確かに目鼻立ちが似てるような気がするわ。
He gazed at the photo for a while, then looked back at me sadly.
もしかして鏡を割ったのってそのせい？
Yes.
かもな。
お母さんのこと
Maybe.
嫌いだった？
覚えてない。
じゃあどうして？
さあ。
I honestly didn't have an answer. I didn't know why I did it. The photo in hand, Ray hung his head, biting his lip.
もうやめた方がいいと思う。
He mumbled under his breath.
なんだか変な感じがする。あの藤枝って人の動きもおかしいし、うまく言えないけど、すごく
Yeah, see, Ray is explaining. Well, like it's like I don't know if you should keep going because this doesn't feel right, right? Talk about here. No, I can't tell you anything. It's like, no.
とはお母さんのことは覚えてないんでしょ？それってどうしても思い出したいの？どうしても過去のことが知りたい？
I mean, it seems like there's something going on, so it seems like I should remember Ray. He looked at me imploringly.
ねえ、やめよう。これ以上、
No way, he's
藤枝さんに
fine.
も関わらない方がいいわ。
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He's hot. I'm sorry, Ray. I'm not joking. He's so attractive. Like I can't. Ooh. Oh goodness. Okay. Okay, but for real, no, we can't. We're already too deep, right?
過去なんて必要ない。今のままでもいいじゃない。
I don't know about that.
その方がいいでしょ。
Towa hasn't been really feeling like too hot in the club. I was fine just the way I was. Was I really though? Admittedly, I didn't start feeling terrible until those mystery packages started arriving. And I started having nightmares every night, and bad things happened to the people from my past, and Fujieda started getting nosy. Even the forgotten memories of my mother were starting to unravel. Frankly, I was tempted to throw in the towel. After all, it was what the voice in my head wanted. If I listened to it, then I would need to quit digging. But I had already come so far. If I could just remember my past, it would explain the nightmares and answer all my questions. Silently raced at the photo on the coffee table and went back to giving me first aid. Likewise, I watched wordlessly as he bandaged my palm. After he was done, he fixed me with a pained look, almost like the wounds were his, not mine.
傷、お大事にね。鏡も片付けなきゃね。
Hey. He packed everything back into the first aid kit, then left the room. I continued to stare at my palm long after he was gone. Slow damage. Oh, mercy. The next day, when I awoke, I found myself sitting in an alley, propped up against the wall. I started to look around, but a dull ache in my skull made me grimace. What was I doing here? What happened yesterday? After Ray patched me up, I went out to a random bar and drank myself into a stupor by closing time. I couldn't remember what happened after I left the bar. Must have passed out in this alley. I fished around in my pocket and pulled out my cell phone. No messages from Fujieda. Exhaling, I pressed a hand to the grimy wall and slowly heaved myself up. Ah, we're here! Ah. Okay. Ooh. Let us save. For safety. Because I do not trust thine self. Okay. Oh. Okay. What we gotta do? What we gotta do? Okay. How about all? We're just gonna go everywhere because that's how we do it, you know? Okay. Yeah, none of that. Alright. Hagoita! Oof. Oh. Are you actually gonna give me information that I don't know yet? Takasato Gumi's internal conflict is now in full swing. Now that Sakaki is functionally the new leader, the other factions are on edge. The way things stand, a war could break out. Hard to predict what will happen. Every year, tons of people go missing in Shinkomi, yet almost none of them have been found. Rumors say they get sold off to the mainland or other countries. Crazy, isn't it? Conversely, I hear some people are shipped here from the mainland. No chance of finding them after that. Originally, Shinkomi was a profitable casino resort. Then it was designated a special administrative region of Japan. The mainland's economy went terrible, so tons of people went to Shinkomi in search of work, resulting in the high-rise buildings you see everywhere. But the rapid expansion led to a ton of nasty rumors. Apparently things were even worse back then, except it was all behind the scenes. To the mainland, Shinkomi is an eyesore. They're just biding their time and waiting for the chance to jump in. With the leader dead and everyone in a panic, this is the perfect time to strike, and yet the mainland isn't taking action. I should think this is a rare opportunity. There's something holding them back. Shinkomi's adult entertainment industry, almost all of it is controlled by the Takasato Gumi. These days, the most well-known is the Red Light District on Koho Street, but in the past there used to be a lot of popular spots in District A, or so I'm told. And supposedly a lot of prominent figures from the mainland and overseas used to visit them. I hear things were more prosperous back then. And to think of it, the other day a man in a suit asked me about you. What did he ask? I got scared and ran, so I didn't tell him anything. He would. He's like, I have fear. And I'm like, you know what? Good move. Okay. Hold on. Alright. Okay, thanks, bestie. Okay, we're here. Okay, we're just gonna look through it all, you know? This is Hagoita Street. Blue, blue, blue. Isn't this... I think this is the money match area, right? Or is this where, like, HQ is? Oh, let's go. Let's go to Asakura's place. My poor buddy. Oh! Yo? Oh, there we are. Oh, it's you.
どういうことですか?
What are you doing here? You hurt yourself again? You didn't come here to get it looked at, did you?
Yeah.
No, I was just passing by. What are you doing here? I'm scouting, you could say. Scouting?
Hey.
I go to other hospitals and gather information on them. After all, they might have more efficient workflows that we can learn from. You're really serious about your job, huh? Oh, shut up. Towa-san, were you fighting with Dr. Murase again? Oh. We should give Aramura like a real answer though, I will say that.
Positive. Ma.
Maybe. Aha, so you were.
いいですか?
I won't tell you not to fight with him, but please don't sabotage his motivation to work. He's a good, honest man, and sometimes these things affect his performance. There, I finally said it.
そうか.
I've been meaning to say that to you for a long time now.
そうなのか。
Are you in love with Taku?
やめてください。
What the? Don't be ridiculous. I have a deep respect for him as a doctor. Unlike you, I've actually got my life together, thanks.
そうか。
Gee, sorry.
それじゃ。
Anyway, I'll be leaving now. Goodbye. Isn't Arimura like into Rei? Like, yeah.
別に。
Oh, Arimura. I
あれは。
take back everything I said. Oh no. Dang, Fujieda really said, Fujieda's so thorough. I'm shook, you know? Okay. Let's hear. Oh wait, this is where I came from. My bad. Okay, we don't need JK. I lied to myself. Okay. I'm not going inside. I don't want to be around Taku right now. Oh, okay. So I can still go here, but he's not going to go inside. Okay, interesting. Boy, okay. Alright. The cafe? Okay. Woohoo! Oh, goodness. Sorry for the wait. Here's your coffee.
どうも。
申し訳ありません. Oh, it's okay, girl. We've been going through it. We all going through it. I'll bring you a new one right away.
あら。
Who's this? Hanami! I was just like, I heard nothing. I was sitting over there, but I thought I recognized your voice. Hanami!
平気?
Wait, what's going on? Are you hurt?
まあ。
A little. Oh my god, you need to be more careful. Just because you have a lot of scars, it doesn't mean you can be reckless with your body. What does it matter?
ちょっと。
Are you kidding me? We all worry about you. So how did you get hurt? Okay. Yeah, we should respond vaguely. Yeah, let's play it off. It's one thing for Rei to know, it's another thing for Honami to know.
ネガティブに。
Okay. I fell. Is that true? Because it sounds like BS. Maybe you don't care, but
実はね。
your life has value to a lot of people, don't you get that?
そうか。
You need to take better care of yourself. Now you sound like Rei. Oh yeah? Well, that suits me just fine. I'll be a Rei 2.0 if you want. I'll pass.
何よそれ。
Sheesh, what happened to your face? Not to be rude. Well, I gotta go now. Enjoy your coffee.
そうか。
Thanks. Oh, no, me.
呆れるわ。
I don't even enjoy looking at my own blood, let alone... What is it? Need
Yeah.
something? Come on. Oh, come to think of it, a stuffy guy in a suit and glasses asked me about you.
そうか。
Oh, yeah? It kind of made me uncomfy. I wonder what he was after. Oh, I love Honami and Junko and Arata. They're so nice. Okay. Aguita!
父さん。
Oh? Igarashi! Wait, are you hurt? Feels like you've been getting banged up a lot lately. It's a long story.
ダメっすよ。
Look, Towa-san, you probably shouldn't add to the scars you already got. It hurts to look at you. They're showing a lot of more care this chapter too. Like a lot. I mean, a good amount of these characters show concern for Towa, but like they're showing even more, like, more deep concern for Towa and, like, actually letting him know. Oh, that reminds me. Could I talk to you about something that's been bothering me? Sure. Thank you. So basically, it's looking like my friend's gotten involved with this weird religious group.
わからないっす。
Told me he's leaving home to join their facility. I'm not sure what to do. Do you have a serious answer? Isn't that what I'm supposed to do?
ポジティブに。
It was pretty.
それは。
Should probably try to stop him. I know, right? Keeps claiming this religion gave him hope and offered him salvation, but can you really call that salvation?
そうか。まあ。
It varies from person to person. Some sincerely believe in it. Oh, right. I guess it's complicated. I'm gonna try to talk him out of it one last time. Towa-san, thanks so much for hearing me out.
それじゃ。
Anyway, see you.
じゃあな。
See you. Bless his little heart. Those who believe shall be saved. Everyone needs something to keep them grounded, I guess. Basically.
どうしたら。
Think he'll open his eyes to reality? Hard to say, honestly. Right. Okay. Alright, I think that's it, right? I think that's it. Alright. Let's go! I had no intention of going back to the clinic. Instead, I walked to a random building and checked my phone. I had some notice from Taku, but none from Fujieda. My only option was to keep waiting. Slow damage. Three days later. To avoid having to see Taku, I spent as little time at the clinic as humanly possible. I wouldn't come home until after Taku had left for the day. The rest of the time I was either getting drunk at a random bar or sleeping on the streets, sometimes in the park. This was what my life was like before I moved in at the clinic, so it didn't really bother me. More importantly, I was waiting for Fujieda to get back to me, but I hadn't gotten any notice from him. I sat nestled in the concrete tunnel from last time, drinking a little booze, of course. Evidently, my negotiations with Fujieda hadn't worked out. But to be fair, I was slowly talking out of my booty at the time, and he was by no means obligated to respond to my one-sided offer. Still, I couldn't help but feel like I screwed up. What did I hope to get out of an information exchange with Fujieda? I leaned my head back against the curved concrete and closed my eye. The booze had gone to my head, and a hint of drowsiness settled on my eyelid. Slowly, my consciousness sank into the darkness. When I next opened my eye, I sensed a presence next to me. Someone was peeking into the tunnel. Fujieda. Oh, thank goodness. I was just like, please, somebody. Fujieda. Startled, I sat upright. In an instant, I was wide awake.
酔っているのか?
Not really, but he furrowed his brow quizzically.
それに、その顔。喧嘩でもしてきたのか?
As he spoke, he reached out to me. Was he trying to help me up? Reflexively, I smacked his hand away. He let out an exasperated sigh.
ずっとここにいるつもりか? それなら、私も事務所へ戻るが。
He and I had met here once before. I thought back to that night as I looked at him. Why would he stop to help me? Was he more of a meddler than he looked at first glance? Or did he need something from me? There had to be some reason he didn't simply turn a blind eye and keep on walking. Either way, I was hoping to talk to him, so this suited me just fine. I crawled out of the tunnel and turned to face him.
歩けるか? まあいい。 行くぞ。
With no explanation whatsoever, he turned on his heel and started walking. Where was he taking me? His unmoving smoke was completely unreadable. I couldn't tell what he was thinking. Glaring after him, I reluctantly followed after him. Oh no, he brought me back to the house. As it turned out, Fujieda brought me to the clinic. Careful to ensure we wouldn't be seen, I brought him in through the side entrance, then took the elevator to the 3rd floor. Inside my apartment, I pulled off my coat. Just then, Fujieda thrust his hand out at me. Resting on his palm was the pocket watch. Wait, this isn't the same? This is different.
これを返そうと思って村瀬クリニックへ向かっているところだったんだ。
But that doesn't look like the same one. Wordlessly, I took the watch.
先日の君の母親の写真についてだが。
Is that what it looked like this whole time? I thought it was red. Maybe I'm crazy. He started talking without waiting for me to react.
写真に写っていた店の特徴を調べてみた。あの写真はユーフォリアで撮られた可能性が高い。さらに君の母親のことも分かった。源氏名はマヤ、本名は桜木ユマ。
Sakura Well, as he spoke, he observed my reaction. Sakuragi Yuma. Hearing that name added a small weight to my chest, but nothing more.
マヤはかなりの美人と評判で、組長の愛人だったそうだ。組長も入れ込んでいたようだな。性格はおとなしく、誰ともつるまない、一匹狼だったらしい。ついでと言ってはなんだが、君のことも調べさせてもらった。君は戸籍の登録がない。これは相続手続きの処理をしている時に分かったことだ。まあ、新興味出身の人間にはよくあることだが、そのトワという名前は本名じゃないんだろう。
I don't even think Towa knows his real name. Like,
君の本名に当たる名前は何だ？
he has
昔は
no
何と呼
idea.
ばれていたんだ？
He does not know.
覚えてない。
覚えてない？本当に？
Fujieda, you think I'm messing around? You think just because you find things you can, you don't remember, homie? Why do you think I'm investigating? You think it's for kicks? Mercy.
ああ。
さすがにそれはないだろう。
We're serious, Fujieda. More accurately, the memory kept erasing itself. It was buried in there somewhere, but every time I actively tried to remember, I would forget again. Even if someone else literally told me what it was, I would forget. Proof of how much I subconsciously hated my name, I guess. Fujieda fixed me with a probing look, then continued.
戸籍がないなら住所もない。君は先代組長の息子だそうだが、組長の身辺を調べている時に君の情報は一切出てこなかった。マヤは息子と共に事故に遭い、新興味総合病院に入院。その後死亡。息子は退院した。と、ここまではいい。問題は妹に関する情報がどこにもないということだ。
Was Towa raised as a girl? He narrowed his eyes sharply.
君には妹がいた。それは間違いないんだな。
ああ。
君が先代組長の息子だという話は高里組の複数の関係者から出てきた。公的な記録がなくとも証言されたと言っていいだろう。
Okay, I'm getting more and more like suspicious that Towa's probably raised as a girl. And that his sister's not real.
だが、君の妹の話は全く出なかった。
Which means...
つまり、妹という存在を認識しているのは、君だけということだ。
何が言いたい？
それはこちらが聞きたい。
Yeah,
君の妹は
Are you
本当に存在しているのか？
I can only vaguely remember my sister. She definitely existed. Couldn't possibly be a figment of my imagination.
妹がいたことを証明できるものは何かあるのか？
箱にぬいぐるみが入ってただろ。
あれは
That's what? Fujieda frowned.
知人の妹のものだ。
Friend's younger sister? I looked back at him darkly.
持って行ったのはお前か？
あれは君のものじゃない。名前が書いてあっただろ。
名前？
What? I gave him a funny look. I examined that buddy several times and never saw any name on it.
名前なんて書いてなかった。
いや、あった。
Oh my gosh, I'm getting like so stressed out again. Was this man delusional? Or just stubbornly mistaken? We stared each other down. Eventually Fujieda conceded.
うすうす感じているとは思うが、これから調査が進むにつれて、君も知らないような様々な真実が明るみに出ることになるだろう。これまでの認識が崩れるような辛い現実を突きつけられるかもしれない。それは分かっているな。
We're already here.
そっちこそ。
If anyone was about to have a rude awakening, it was this guy, not me. Besides, it was too late for me to back down, no matter what. He nodded slightly.
君の妹に関しては、村瀬先生にも電話で聞いたんだが、はぐらかされたんだ。
Yeah, I don't...
そこで、攻め方を変えることにした。マヤと同時期に、ユーフォリアで働いていた女性スタッフの一人の足取りを掴んだ。
Oh?
君と関わりのある店。
Is it her?
柳川コーヒ
Is
ー
it her?
店。あまりにも近くて驚いただろう。今から話を
Oh my gosh,
聞き
she's
に
gonna
行くんだ。
get jacked up.
ああ、連絡もよこさずに何をしてるのかと思ったら、しっかり働いてたってことか。
情報には情報で返す。これで貸し借りはなしだ。
Apparently, he had no intention of telling me his true objective. I shrugged and rolled my eye.
弁護士先生らしいな。その権限を振りかざして調べたのか。
方法などどうでもいいだろう。
Just then, his phone began to ring.
はい。
He pulled it down and raised it to his ear. But he didn't say another word after that. He merely listened. Then after a moment, the call
無
ended.
言電話だ。おそらく高里組だろう。
高里組？あんた、高里組の弁護士なんだろ。
He sparked faintly.
解雇された。今は嫌がらせを受けて監視される身だ。
Ooh. At this, I straightened up. I remembered the time his hair and clothes were all messy. Maybe he had just finished having it out with someone in the Takasato
そりゃ
room.
余計なことしたな。
Well, now I feel bad.
余計なこと？
俺のせいだろ。
I shouldn't have said anything to Sakaki.
気にする必要はない。遅かれ早かれこうなっていた。
He spoke in an emotionless voice, then looked at me.
正直、私はまだ君を完全には信用していない。だが、君が忘れている記憶を思い出してもらった方が近道になるのは確かだ。だから、それまでは協力するということでいいな。
ああ。
In the end, I had gotten my wish. I exhaled.
俺の連絡先は言っとくけど、クリニックに電話しても無駄だから。
無駄？
うちの先生がいろいろと警戒してるんだよ。
Caged up. Fujieda nodded in
そうか
understanding.
君の電話番号は秘書から聞いているし、メールアドレスも写真を送ってきた時に把握しているが、一応交換をしておこう。
He pulled his phone back out. Likewise, I grabbed my phone and we traded info, including our messenger IDs.
それでは出かける準備をしてくれ。私は外で待っている。
Alright, Fujieda. Let's go. With that declaration, he left the room. As new questions swirled in my head, I rose from the sofa. And I then I put on a face mask and pulled my hood low over my eyes. Someone who used to know Maya might recognize me on sight, so I wanted to conceal my face. Once I was ready, I left the apartment. Together, Fujieda and I headed to the Yanagawa Cafe. When we walked in, a waitress approached. Oh, she's different.
すみません。こちらに長谷川妙子さんがいらっしゃると伺ったのですが。
長谷川さんですか？少々お待ちください。
Confused, the waitress walked off into the kitchen. After a moment, a different waitress came walking over. It's her!
私が長谷川ですが。
It's she. I knew she looked sus. Tilted her head anxiously. The woman looked to be in her mid-30s, with large round eyes like a doe. I recognized her as a waitress who had served me a handful of times. Fujieda withdrew his business card case and offered her one from inside.
はじめまして。弁護士の藤枝と申します。
Holding the business card, Hasagawa looked back in surprise.
弁護士さん？
お仕事中にすみません。少々お聞きしたいことがありまして。マヤさんについてお話をお伺いできればと。
She didn't answer. Ooh. Instantly her expression shifted. Her eyes widened and the blood drained from her face, and she shook her head.
それは。
もちろん。報酬はお支払いします。
She pursed her lips tightly, holding something back. Is she desperate for money?
お店の裏口へ回ってもらえますか？すぐに行けますから。
She spoke under her breath and tucked the business card into the pocket of her apron and hurried off into the back. Fujieda looked back at me and glanced pointedly at the door. I turned on my heel and led him out of the cafe. We walked around to the back alley. Fujieda stood at the door and I sat against the wall a short distance away. He said we'd overwhelm her if we both talked to her at once, so I agreed to step back and listen. Strong wet smell filled the narrow alley. I looked up and spotted thick clouds overhead threatening to rain on us. After a while, Hasagawa came out through the back door.
お待たせしました。
She hung her head like a child preparing for a lecture.
それで何を聞きたいんですか？
先ほど言った通り、マヤさんについてです。
本当にただそれだけです。私は何も知りません。
マヤさんがシエロを辞めた後、新たに店を始められたそうですね。ユーフォリアという名前の。
本当に何も知らないんです。話すことなんてありません。
Out of nowhere, Hasagawa started shouting. She was afraid of something. Fujieda regarded her calmly.
10年以上前の話ですが、知人の妹が失踪しました。私はその件にユーフォリアが絡んでいるのではないかと考えています。だから何でもいい。何か知っていたら教えてもらえませんか？
His friend's sister went missing? This was news to me. Is that his true objective? Hasagawa bit her lip so hard she nearly drew blood. Her hands clutched at her apron.
本当に知りません。無理です。帰ってください。
Oh, they are like, yeah, there's something, yeah. Staring at the ground, she choked the words out in a shaky voice. Fujieda started to say something, paused, then changed tack.
長谷川さん、私は弁護士です。もしかしたらあなたの力になれるかもしれません。何か思い出した時には 名刺の連絡先へご連絡を。
He must have decided to call it quits because he shot me a look. I rose to my feet, and when he started walking, I followed after him. When I looked over my shoulder, I saw Hasagawa still standing there hanging her head. She was so rigid, I half expected her to pass out. After that, the sky got darker and the rain came. Fujieda started walking faster, so I matched my pace to his. As we walked, he looked at me in silence. One look at his tense expression, and I knew what he was thinking. It was the same thing I had sensed myself. Beneath the drone of the rain, I could faintly hear footsteps somewhere behind us. It's good. Then Fujieda started walking in the opposite direction of the clinic, possibly in an attempt to shake our pursuer. We turned a corner, walked straight, then entered a side street. Meanwhile, the icy rain soaked our hair and clothes. Once the passerby thinned on the street, the rhythmic footsteps suddenly exploded. As Fujieda just shouted, a gunshot rang out. Reflexively, I ducked down and ran down the street toward the downtown area. Together, we threw ourselves into the hectic crowd. Breathing heavily, I camouflaged myself among the bobbing umbrellas. Fujieda muttered under his breath without turning to look at me. He ran a hand through his wet hair, slicking his bangs back. With that, he moved away from me. Moments later, he had disappeared into the crowd, and I felt my phone buzz in my coat pocket. It was a message from Fujieda containing the GPS location of his condo. So I headed there, as per his instructions. Ooh. And this is spicy. Mercy. Okay. The rain rapidly grew heavier, and by the time I arrived, I was soaked from head to toe. Amid all the skyscrapers, to the gills with low-income residents, Fujieda's condo was located in a small two-story building. This was the missing location. It was Fujieda's place. Buildings of this size were reserved for the rich. I stopped just outside the front entrance beneath the awning. Apparently, Fujieda wasn't here yet. I somehow doubted that he'd gotten himself caught, but then again, our pursuer had a gun. There was a chance he'd gotten shot. I stood there fidgeting restlessly, but before long, a series of rhythmic splashing sounds cut through the rainy gray haze. It was Fujieda. He ran right up to me, gasping for breath. Several strands of his hair were messily stuck to his forehead, and his designer coat was darkly soaked. Man, he's so fine. Sorry. Sorry. I hate myself. He didn't appear to be injured. Together we passed through the automatic sliding doors and into the foyer. Dripping water into the polished floor, Fujieda unlocked the door to the elevator lobby. Leave it to rich people to install an elevator in a two-story building. We took the elevator to the second floor, walked to the door at the far end of the hall, and stopped. There was no keyhole. Fujieda pulled a keycard from his inner jacket pocket and held it up to the panel beside the door. I heard a beep, then an electric whirring sound. It'd be impossible to pick these state-of-the-art keyless locks. I followed him inside, took my shoes off at the door, and walked down the hall. In a blink, my cold body was enveloped by the warmth of the heater. Fujieda paused midway at a door, but gestured for me to continue straight ahead. As instructed, I headed to the door at the end of the hall and walked in. There I found a spacious living room. The gray and white interior furnishings afforded the place a pristine vibe, with everything precisely in its proper place. Almost like it was a staged showroom. It was exactly the sort of home I'd expect Fujieda to live in, but at the same time, felt a little too perfect. Almost like he was intentionally leaning into the stereotype. As I stood blankly in the living room, he returned carrying a folded bath towel. His hair was no longer slicked back, which changed his aesthetic quite a bit. I thought he was older than me, but now I wasn't so sure. He saw me standing there and offered me the towel. I took it and draped it over my head, and started stripping on the spot. My clothes were so waterlogged I could see a puddle forming at my feet. After I pulled off my coat and shirt and let my pants fall to my ankles, I sensed a gaze and looked up. Fujieda was staring at me with a hard look on his face, but when our eyes met, he quickly turned away. I figured he was scandalized by my scars. Most people had the same reaction when they laid eyes on my bare body for the first time. As I stood there in my underwear and toweled myself off, he started to leave the room. He's a man of privacy.
バスルーム見られたくないのか女じゃあるまいし
We're both dudes, I don't know what you're mad at. I teased him with a smirk. Mostly, I just wanted to get a reaction out of him. Someone like me would ordinarily never be on speaking terms with a guy like him. But since I had the opportunity, I wanted to get a good look at his at this tight one's tight part. He probably had skin as perfectly pristine as this condo. He glared at me silently.
別にバスルームへ行きたいならご自由に
I snickered, then with his eyes narrowed, he whipped off his coat. Next came the suit jacket, then he started unbuttoning his starch white shirt. He had taken the bait. I thought he was too logical for this, but apparently he was a bit of a hothead. Amused, I watched this angry striptease and delighted in the slow reveal of his secrets. Once his skin was bare, my eye widened. The skin I expected to be flawless was in fact riddled with scars. What is that? Burn? Burn marks? Nearly as many as me, in fact, though they looked different. While mine were inflicted through cuts, the majority of his looked like burn marks. Yeah. Oh man. I thought back to the way he looked at me earlier. I thought he reviled me, but maybe he realized we weren't so different. After all, it was the same realization I was now having. At the same time, I could feel my heart race. Who could have imagined that someone so far removed from poverty would have a body that looked like mine? In terms of status, he was supposed to be part of the ruling class, but instead, he was quite possibly even weirder than I was. How did he get these scars? What sort of life must he have lived? Suddenly, I was really curious about him. He was my polar opposite, and yet our bodies were a perfect match. Who wouldn't be a little curious? Spurred on by the thrill of it, I felt my lips curl into a smile.
なんだ弁護士なんて大層な仕事してるくせに俺にそっくりだな
What is that? What is that scar? That scar's really high. It's really long. Oh, wow.
あんたも傷が好きなのか俺みたいに
He didn't respond, just stared at me from under his sopping bangs, his eyes glinting fiercely. But his silence only intrigued me all the more. If I had to guess, whatever caused his scars was now a fundamental part of who he was as a person. In which case, I really wanted to know. I wanted to paint it. But of course, with a guy like him, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. No way I could break through some impenetrable armor. With a small sigh, I sat down on the luxurious sofa in nothing but my skivvies. Then I grabbed the remote off the coffee table and switched the TV on. I heard the door open, so I looked over my shoulder and realized Fujieda had disappeared along with my wet clothes. A few minutes later, he reappeared and set something down beside me on the sofa. It was the stuff from my pockets, my phone, cigarettes, and lighter. He stood next to the sofa and stared intently at the TV screen, though I knew he wasn't really watching. Likewise, I shifted my gaze to the screen and zoned out. The background noise filled the empty space between us. The screen was showing what looked like an old suspense film. The protagonist walked up to a decrepit mansion and stepped inside. Through some kind of visual effect, the inside of the mansion was tinged with seductive scarlet. It's connected with something else in my mind. A room in a mansion somewhere. Red. Isn't it? I've always viewed the room from the same position. Silhouette of a woman. My mother, I guess. The vaguest shadow of a little girl. My sister. That's right.
Yume.
My dreams. I was snapped back to reality by the sound of my own voice. He's so fun! Oh my, whoa. Sorry. Whoa. Oh, here we go. Woohoo! Woo! Oh. Okay. Focus. Towa's remembering. Towa, don't look at Fujieda. Man, he's so hot. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry you guys have to see me like this. I'm so sorry you guys have to experience me in this state. I'm so sorry. I'm usually not this feral, but ooh, okay. Okay. I looked over and found Fujieda staring dubiously back at me. This was my first real look at his face, and frankly, I almost didn't recognize him. With his glasses off and his hair down, he looked nothing like the businessman I originally met. I was starting to think we were around the same age after all. I looked at him for a while. He frowned at me. Then I remembered that he had heard me mutter to myself. I tried to think of some way to play it off, but changed my mind. Maybe I could tell him about the nightmares I'd been having. They were tied to my past, so if I shared them with him, maybe it could lead to something.
最近、毎晩のように悪夢を見る。おそらく、俺が覚えていない過去の夢だ。
Sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
夢には母親が出てくる。顔はよく見えないけど、多分そうだ。それから妹も。
Are you sure it's your sister though? I don't.
それがいつで、どこにいるのかまではわからない。思い出せない。
I mean, I think unless they were abducted and he's not Maya's son. You know what I mean? You know? I'm not crazy, right? Lots of possibilities here.
夢の中の俺は子供で恐怖心を抱いてる。何かに怯えてる。目が覚めるとひどく気分が悪くて、じわじわとまるで遅効性の毒に蝕まれてるみたいだ。最近は夢を頻繁に見る。ずっと薬でごまかしてきた。けど、いい加減ノイローゼになりそうだ。
When I said it all out loud, I realized that these dreams were affecting me a lot more than I thought. I scoffed at myself for whining, then looked back at Fujieda for his reaction. His expression was still hard, but he didn't avert his gaze.
必ず真実を暴く。その時に君が知りたがっていることもすべてわかるだろう。それまでの辛抱だ。
Sorry. With that, he left the room. Is he putting on a shirt? Because he is distracting me. An anguished scream. Oh, I forgot to read it out loud. I'm telling you, I'm so distracted by Fujieda. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. An anguished scream cut through the dramatic music.
真実を暴く。ね。
I snorted. Then I reached out to grab a cigarette, but they were still sopping wet. I decided against it. As I absently watched the protagonist defeat the villain with a dagger, Fujieda walked back into the room. His unkempt hair and lack of glasses hadn't changed, but now he was wearing different clothes. Once again, he set something down next to me. This time it was a clean white shirt and jeans all folded up.
君の服は今
Oh,
洗
thank
濯してい
goodness.
る。
He was so
今日は
distracted.
こ
I
れ
was
を
like,
着てくれ。
please. Man, he's so fine.
どうも。
Still distracting. Okay. Whew. At least he's not shirtless now. Okay. I didn't usually feel grateful, but I rose from the sofa and got dressed. Clothes were a little big on me, but not noticeably so. I could smell the soft scent of a detergent I didn't recognize. It made me strangely uneasy.
まだ雨は止まないようだな。
Fujieda peeked out through a small gap in the curtains as he spoke. I sat back down on the sofa and watched TV as the credits rolled. Beneath the quiet ending song, I could hear the faint patter of raindrops. I could picture the rain pouring down in endless sheets outside. Then those straight lines shifted into the scars on Fujieda's body. I was craving nicotine. Once the rainstorm finally passed and my clothes had a quick spin in the dryer, I decided to head back to the clinic. Today marked the start of the winter holidays, but I had a feeling Taku would be there regardless. Fujieda was going to call the clinic's number to ask to speak to him, but I stopped him. Taku didn't think highly of Fujieda, so there was a chance he'd outright decline. Besides, I still wasn't ready to talk to him yet. But Fujieda insisted on tagging along to the clinic, so I reluctantly agreed. On our way out, he handed me a paper bag containing my old clothes. I told him I didn't need a bag, but unfortunately for me, he was insistent about that part too. When we arrived outside the clinic, the lights were on in the waiting room. We walked to the side entrance and I unlocked the door. From there, we walked down the hall to the exam room. The door was ajar and light was streaming from inside. When I opened the door, I found Taku in the middle of giving first aid. Today, they both looked up in surprise. Then they looked at Fujieda. His current appearance was nothing like the bespectacled businessman they met previously, so they probably struggled to recognize him.
怪我したのか?
ええ、そうよ。
Happened. As the two of them narrowed their eyes in suspicion, Fujieda bowed his head.
突然すみません。
Man,
トワ
you're
さん
so...
と外で偶然お会いしたんですが、
Sorry, Dad. I'm
急に
sorry.
雨が降ってきたので、
I'm so sorry.
私の部屋で雨宿りをしました。
I promise. I'll control myself. I hate it here. Okay. I apologize.
もともと村瀬先生にお話があったので失礼かとは思ったのですが、直接伺わせていただきました。トワさんが電話はしない方がいいだろうと。
Taku raised her back skeptically.
それでお話とは?
We better just talk. Taku asked tersely.
マヤさんについて知っていることを聞かせていただけないかと。
Taku's expression twisted bitterly.
お話できることは何もありません。
Taku, please, please.
でしたらこれから話すことを聞いていてください。
Fujieda withdrew a weathered memo pad from his jacket pocket and flipped it open.
トワさんのお母様の名前。源氏名はマヤ。本名桜木由真。由真さんは息子さん。トワさんと共に何らかの事故に遭い入院されていますね。
階段から落ちた。俺はその時に記憶を一部失った。
Taku fixed me with a pained look, then lowered his gaze to the floor.
そしてマヤさんはそのまま亡くなられた。こちらで調べて分かったのはこれだけです。村瀬先生はマヤさんの死後トワさんの診察をされていたんですよね。知っていることをお話しいただけませんか？
Taku, I'm serious. Like, please, I'm so tired. Please, just tell me. Taku's brow furrowed deeply. After a long silence, he finally spoke.
トワの父親が誰なのかはご存知かと思いますが、事情が事情ですから、退院後はこちらで引き取って経過を見ていました。俺が知っているのはそれだけです。詳しいことまでは分かりません。
一つお伺いしたいのですが。
Fujieda shot me a sidelong glance, then turned back to Taku.
トワさんは無戸籍だ。だから本名が存在しない。代わりに何と呼ばれていたのか教えていただけませんか？
Does he know?
それはできない。
He knows! Oh, Taku! Taku answered firmly.
むしろなぜ彼をトワと違う名前で呼ぶのですか？その理由は。
Fujieda pressed calmly.
それは本人がそれでいいと言ってるからだ。
トワさん、君はなぜ周りに自分をトワと呼ばせているんですか？
別に楽だから。
それなら昔の名前で呼ばれても問題はない。そうですね。
Just then, a strangely restless impulse shot up my spine, making my whole body go numb. No, I could hear a voice in my head. It didn't want anything to do with my real name. As the restlessness swelled, the voice in my head started to scream. My heart pounded faster and faster as my palms began to sweat.
今一度本名を認識することで過去に関する何かを思い出すかもしれない。それが重要な手がかりへつながる可能性もある。トワさん、いいですね。
He framed it like a question, but the look in his eyes made it clear I didn't have a choice. I started to protest, but the nausea forced me to keep my mouth shut. As I started to feel worse and worse, I closed my eye and breathed heavily. My heart was threatening to explode. My head ached, my chest was tight. I felt dizzy.
村瀬先生。
Fujieda turned his intense gaze on Taku.
ねえ、トワが苦しそう。もうやめて。
Oh, poor Ray. They spoke up hastily.
藤枝さん、あなたは一体何を調べてるんだ？
As Taku glared back, Fujieda spoke quietly.
ある真実を明らかにするために動いています。
あなたがいろいろと暴き立てることで誰かが傷つくかもしれない。それでも構わないと。
ええ、この件は思った以上に深い闇の中にある。暴こうとすれば必ずどこかに影響が出るでしょ
う。だったらなおさら話すことはできない。
本当にそれでいいとお思いですか？
Yeah, you haven't, like, I feel like Taku keeps making this more difficult, and it's like, I don't think the move is hiding it from Towa, because Towa is like, if you leave him this way, like, he's jacked up, you know? Oh, he's so fucking... Focus! Focus! Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Towa. I'm sorry. Fujieda stared Taku down. His eyes glinted coldly.
ずっと黙っていることが本当に
Exactly!
トワさんのためになると。
Exactly! That's what I'm saying!
トワさんは日々悪夢にうなされている。薬を飲んで抑えようとしているようですね。それほどまでの悪夢を見ること自体異常な状況だとは思わないんですか？
Taku growled and averted his eyes.
こそだ。そんな悪夢、過去なんて思い出さない方がいいはずだ。
What is Taku giving? What is Taku giving Towa then? So is it?
トワさんは過去を知りたいと言っている。
Exactly. Exactly.
それでも
Taku stared at the floor, his hands balled into fists.
先ほど言った通り、過去を思い出すことで周りにも影響が出るかもしれません。ですが、そして
Taku looked at me bitterly as if to confirm whether Fujieda had the right of it. Ray was looking at me too, his anxiety palpable. Come on, Taku! I stood there in silence, enduring the headache and vertigo.
もう一度お聞きします。あなたがやっていることは本当にトワさんのためになるのですか？せめて名前くらいはあなたの口から真実を伝えてもいいのでは。
Taku shot me an uncertain look. I didn't want to hear my name. But on the other hand, I didn't understand why I felt so strongly about it. What was the harm? Would it change anything? Swallowing dryly, I looked back at Taku.
言ってくれ。
He grimaced back at me, but reluctantly gave in and looked away.
ハルト。サク。
It's here. Sakuragi Haruto. Haruto. Everything in my field of vision warped like the contents of a paint bucket.
Towa!
The voices around me all sounded muffled. Like a twisting kaleidoscope, bright colors filled my vision, all while something replayed in my mind. A twisted sneer, stairs, flying, falling, falling and falling.
Wait, どうした?
Towa!
My vision went black, and the next thing I knew, I was on the floor.
部屋へ連れて行こ
う。わかったわ。
Taku and Rei positioned themselves on my left and right arm, then hauled me up. I still couldn't process what was happening. All I could see was colors. My heart thumped hard against my ribcage, intensifying the headache and nausea. But eventually my consciousness grew too heavy to carry, and I let go. When I opened my eyes, I saw a familiar ceiling. Slowly I looked around. I was in my apartment, lying on the bed. There was something cold on my forehead. I reached up to touch it and found a wet washcloth.
具合はどう?
A worried voice rang out as Rei came into view. Next to him stood Taku and Fujieda. Then I remembered that I'd passed out. 1 minute we were talking, and then all of a sudden I started hallucinating. It was because I heard my old name. Sakuragi Haruto. The memory was enough to make me sick.
とは倒れてから1時間くらい眠ってたのよ。
嫌な思いをさせちまったな。
Taku looked utterly miserable.
何か思い出したことはないか?
Fujieda's less than considerate question earned him a scathing look from Taku.
これがトアの幸せにつながってるとは思えない。
悪いことをしたとは思っています。が、やってみなければわからなかったことでもあります。こればかりは仕方がないでしょう。
あんたは。
But right as Taku snapped, a buzzing sound filled the air.
失礼。
Fujieda pulled his phone from his jacket pocket and raised it to his ear.
はい。あ、どうしました？ええ、大丈夫です。それでは、待ち合わせ場所の情報を今から送ります。はい。よろしくお願いします。
He ended the call and looked at me.
先ほどの女性からだ。マヤさんについて話したいことがあるらしい。会う場所はこちらで用意する。君も来てくれ。
わかった。
誰からだ?
Taku and Rei looked at the two of us suspiciously.
マヤさんの情報を提供してくれる女性です。今日、話を聞きに伺ったんですが、断られました。
大丈夫なのか、それは。
どういう意味ですか？
高里組はマヤさんのことを隠したがってる。あんたの動き次第でその女性にも危険が及ぶかもしれない。
その可能性は高いというより、高里組には把握されているかと。
何？
ここに来る前に銃撃を受けました。
銃撃？
怪我？
ありません。村瀬先生。
Fujieda turned his sharp gaze on Taku.
大変申し訳ないのですが、私はあなたのことを完全には信用していません。あなたは高里組とつながっている。
確かに高里組の人とは知り合いだし、患者さんとしてもうちに来るけど。
They seemed to sense that something was wrong because he frowned and looked at Taku. Likewise, I shot a questioning look at Fujieda. Where did that come from? He took one look at our confused reactions and sighed in mild annoyance.
どうやらそこのお二人は知らないようですね。
Exactly! Are they gonna tell him? Is he gonna tell
秘
them
密
about
はあま
the
り多く抱えない方がいい。
drugs, isn't it?
身を滅ぼしますよ。ただ、私はあなたと高里組の関係には興味がない。あなたが私の邪魔さえしなければ、口を挟むつもりはありません。話を戻しますが、いいですか？
Yes. He looked around the tensely silent room.
話を聞きに行ったとき、彼女はひどく怯えていました。何かひどいトラウマがあるのか、それとも誰かに脅されて口止めでもされているのか。どちらにしろ、本来であればこちらと関わらず、知らぬ存ぜぬで通した方が彼女にとっては安全です。なのにすぐに連絡してきたということは、状況が変わったか、何か相談したいということでしょう。とにかく向こうから連絡があった以上、会わないわけにはいきません。こちらとしても手がかりを得る機会を逃したくはありませんから。
As Taku grimaced silently, Fujieda turned his attention to me.
先ほどの話の続きだ。昔の名前を聞いて何か思い出したか？
いや。
I muttered and closed my eye. There was something mixed in with the kaleidoscope hallucination, but I couldn't remember what. What was that? When I opened my eye, Fujieda nodded slightly.
すぐに思い出さなくてもいい。思い出すきっかけになっていることを願う。それでは、私はそろそろこれで。
He walked to the door, opened it, and left.
危険だな。
そうね。
お前はいいのか？これで。
At Taku's question, I looked up at the ceiling. It was too late to turn back now. Not after I had come so far.
そうか。だが、俺は。
You better just tell me. If you have something to tell me, Taku, you better say it now. He faltered and looked away.
ねえ、タク。さっきの話なんだけど。
Oh yeah. He paused, summoned his resolve, then continued.
藤枝さんが言ってた高里組とつながりがあるって。
Taku let out a heavy sigh and pursed his lips. Then he looked up with a pained expression on his face.
あんな風に意味深に言われちまったら、話さないわけにはいかないな。借金があるんだ。高里組に。
Oh, he's gonna talk about this. Oh boy.
開業するときにお金を借りたとか。
それも含めて他にもある。だから 俺は不裁者なんだ。信仰身から出ることができない。
そうだったのね。
They frowned sadly. Takasato debtors were injected with a chip called a web tag and monitored using surveillance towers placed around Shinkomi. The only way to get it removed was to repay the debt owed, and if you tried to leave Shinkomi by force, they'd kill you. Like Rei, I never knew that Taku was one of them.
まあ、なんだ。高里組に借金があるなんて、できれば知られたくはないからな。とはいえ、黙っていてすまなかった。
He averted his eyes guiltily.
うん、いいの。私の方こそごめんなさい。話してくれてありがとう。
Silently, I looked at him. I wasn't especially surprised to learn he wasn't in debt with Takasato Gumi. It would certainly explain why they always sent their goons over here. But I had been avoiding him ever since I caught him burning my stuff. He was doing his best to keep me from my past. Setting aside the issue of right or wrong, I could at least understand where he was coming from. After all, the mere sound of my old name had made me pass out. Fujieda was right. This rabbit hole went deeper than I realized.
今日はもう帰るね。
Okay, you go home, Ray. You rest up. Ray looked up at the clock and smiled wearily.
俺は朝まで1階にいるから、何かあったら呼んでくれ。
Taku smiled awkwardly as he spoke.
ちゃんと休んでね。とは。おやすみなさい。
Thank you, Wei. So sweet. Then they left the room. Now I was alone. I took a deep breath and looked up at the ceiling. Sakuragi Haruto. When I heard it, I felt something inside me shift. But I couldn't put my finger on what. And right now, I was tired of thinking. Ignoring the restlessness in my chest, I slowly closed my eye and shut out the world. Slow damage. Okay. As my body knew sleep would lead to nightmares, I found myself waking every 30 minutes. Before I knew it, I'd slept well into the afternoon of the next day. As I listened absently to the voice on TV, I learned that today was New Year's Day. But I had no sentimental feelings about the start of another year. I got out of bed, walked to the fridge, and pulled out a bottle of booze. As I chugged the cold alcohol, I started to feel a bit better. Bottle in hand, I sat down on the sofa and lit a cigarette. Now that I thought about it, I hadn't had a smoke in quite a while. I took a long deep drag until it filled my lungs, then slowly exhaled. As I zoned out on the sofa, drinking and smoking, there came a knock at the door.
よく眠れたか。
Fujieda! In walked Fujieda. This time he was dressed in a business suit and wearing his glasses. He looked at me and frowned.
もう飲んでいるのか。
It's the only way to help it, homie. Is that a problem? I exhaled, crushed my cigarette in the ashtray, then purposely chugged the booze as loud as I could.
酒でも飲まないとやってられないんだよ。
好きにすればいい。
He glanced around the dimly lit room, then walked to the window and raised the blinds all the way. Ah! Normally I never open the blinds. The bright midday sun streamed into the room, making me squint. Then he opened the window and a breeze rolled in.
何やってる？
この部屋は空気がこもっていて暗い。換気をした方がいい。
Interesting.
は？
I wanted to protest, but it was so blindingly bright, I flopped face down on the sofa. I could feel the wind ruffling my hair as it completed its circuit through the room.
吸血鬼か何かなのか、君は。あ、イメージと合っているとは思うが。
It sounded like a joke, but he said it with a perfectly straight face. Then he glanced at his wristwatch. I raised my head a few inches off the sofa and spoke sluggishly.
撃たれたことをタクにわざわざ言った理由はタクが高里組をけしかけたとでも思ってるのか。
まさかそこまでは思っていない。
じゃあなんでだ。
His stoic eyes bored into me through the lenses of his glasses.
彼は高里組とつながっている。連中の容赦のなさを今一度伝えておいた方がいいと思っただけだ。
高里組と縁を切れって。
それが最も良い選択だが、あとは本人次第だ。口で言うほど簡単ではないからな。
Okay. I'm not as distracted right now, but well, my still distracted, you know. He looked back at his watch.
もうすぐ待ち合わせの時間だ。出かける準備をしてくれ。
わざわざ迎えに来たのかよ。
Of course.
昨日はかなり体調が悪そうだったからな。それに君ならば寝過ごす可能性も十分にあるだろう。
Fujieda-san is absolutely correct. I couldn't really argue with that. With a sigh, I pushed myself up into a sitting position. My body felt heavy, and this blinding sunlight was sapping my energy. Maybe I was a vampire.
早く準備をしろ。
Okay, okay.
わかってるよ。
Just then, I heard the wail of an ambulance. Oh, that's not a good sign. It steadily grew louder until it was right outside. I rose from the sofa, walked to the window, and peeked out. 2 paramedics hopped out of the ambulance and carried a loaded stretcher in the direction of our clinic. The victim appeared to be female. No. An ominous feeling rose up in my chest. I shot a look at Fujieda. He frowned as if he followed my gaze. Oh, as he followed my gaze outside.
今の救急車。
クリニックに運ばれた。担架に女が乗ってた。
女性が？
Then Taku's words replayed in my head.
高里組はマヤさんのことを隠したがってる。あんたの動き次第でその女性にも危険が及ぶかもしれない。
Fujieda must have come to the same conclusion. He headed straight for the door and I followed suit. Downstairs in the waiting room, I spotted Taku racing down the hall. Then he saw us and walked over.
急患だ。女性が撃たれた。
知り合いかもしれない。
At this, his face stiffened.
第二処置室だ。
We followed after Taku in his fluttering lab coat all the way to the elevator. We found Ray standing inside the medical ward on the second floor.
どうは？藤枝さんもどうしたの？タクから連絡があって急いで来たんだけど。
今運ばれてきた患者が知り合いかもしれない。
え？
念のために確認させてもらいたい。
ええ、どうぞ。
Overwhelmed by Fujieda's urgency, Ray nodded meekly. Together, Fujieda and I approached the patient's bed. Sure enough, it was Hasagawa. She looked to be unconscious, her clothes were stained red in the shoulders. At this, Taku looked over.
知り合いか？
今日話を聞くことになっていた女性です。
Anger filled Taku's eyes and his smoke thrashed.
救急隊員が目撃者から聞いた話によると、撃たれて倒れたらしい。銃弾は右肩を貫通している。命に別状はないが。犯人については、おそらくあんたが一番よくわかってるんだろうな。
Is she gonna tell us anything though now? She just got shot. He spoke in a flat, emotionless voice as he worked.
外で待っています。
Fujieda muttered quietly with a pointed look in my direction. Together we stepped out of the room. An hour later.
終わったぞ。話がしたいそうだ。
Oh, she said, I'ma say it, homie. The door opened and a surly looking Taku walked out. Fujieda and I walked into the medical ward and approached Hasagawa's bed. Her shoulder was now wrapped in white bandages. Her complexion was still pale, but her eyes were now open faintly. Slowly, weakly, she turned to look at Fujieda.
長谷川さん、
話はできますか？もし辛いようなら無理はしないでください。
Hasagawa nodded slightly, eyes unfocused.
大丈夫です。
She wheezed like she could scarcely breathe.
無理に話さない方が。
いいえ、本当に大丈夫です。話をさせてください。
Her chapped lips parted as she struggled to speak.
私を撃ったのは高里組です。今回は運よく助かったけれど、次は本当に殺されるかもしれない。だからその前に話しておきたいことがあるんです。
Come on, Hasagawa. You got this, Hasagawa. Everyone in the room waited for her to continue.
私は高里組に返せないほどの借金を作ってしまいました。それでシエロで働くことになったんです。私が勤務するお店にマヤさんがいました。マヤさんは組長のお気に入りということで、周りからも一目置かれていました。私は普通に働いていただけだったんですが、ある日なぜか榊さんから声がかかったんです。マヤさんのサポートをしろと。借金は帳消しにすると言われました。ただしこれから先どんなことがあったとしても絶対に他言無用だと。
Oh my gosh, the stress again. The stress is coming again. The stress is coming again. The stress is coming. Okay, what is the work that they were doing that they can't tell anybody?
最初は何が何だか分かりませんでした。
I swear.
でも
Is this human
借
trafficking?
金が
I
な
will
くなるなら
cry.
と思って、それでマヤさんのサポートをすることになったんです。
That's a very severe it's a very severe loan debt forgiveness from a gangster. Like the only thing I could think of is like it's prostitution, human trafficking of the, you know, what Ray's father was doing.
でも想像すらしていませんでした。まさかそれがあんなことになるなんて。
What are the awful things?
誰にも言えなくてずっと苦しかった。
Yeah, it must have been pretty
罪
bad.
悪感が消えなくて押しつぶされそうでした。
She paused to let out a shaky sob.
何があったんですか？
At this, she averted her eyes hesitantly.
ユーフォリアは一見普通の会員制クラブで通っていました。でも実はその裏で公にできない身分の人たちを対象に特殊な趣味を扱っていたんです。
特殊な趣味？
Oh no, oh no, oh no.
マヤさんは客の本当の幸せを演出するための店なんだと言っていました。でも実際は客の歪んだ欲望を晴らすための狂った店でした。
The foreshadowing is so intense in this game. It's like on point.
歪んだ欲望って、
ありとあらゆる要望に応えるための準備もされていました。未成年もいましたし、顧客は政治家、高級官僚、海外からのゲスト、そういった方々でした。
そこであなたは
Yeah,
何
what
を？
was your job?
私はマヤさんのサポートといってもただの雑用係だったので、その直接的な行為には一切関わっていません。それでもあの時榊さんの誘いに簡単に乗ってしまったことを今でも後悔しています。 ても言葉にできないような光景や、本当にいろいろなことがあって、とても。
She faltered, her expression twisted in pain. The longer she talked, the sicker she started to feel. I had no sentimental attachment to Maya, so this revelation didn't impact me much. Yet at the same time, I felt a strange weight deep in my chest, suffocating me. Not only that, but Hasagawa's description of my mother seemed to be at odds with everything I'd heard about her thus far. The image I had of her didn't match this nefarious business tycoon. Did the Takasato Gumi force her into it? Curious about Fujieda's reaction, I looked over and quickly realized something was amiss. His usual composure was gone, replaced with a deeply furrowed brow and tightly pursed lips. I'd never seen him look so distressed. He asked in a strangled voice.
柚木芽衣という名前の少女知らないか？
名前まではちょっと。
Hasagawa shook her head guiltily. Yuzuki Mei. Is that the name of his friend's missing sister? As the blood drained from his face, Fujieda pulled his old memo pad from his coat pocket. Then he withdrew a photograph tucked between the pages and held it up for Hasagawa to see. Her eyes promptly widened. Oh no.
この子、いました。覚えてます。他の子たちが日に日に生気を失っていく中でずっと強い意志を持ち続けていたというか、そんな風に私には見えたので。
Fujieda's fingers trembled as he held the photo.
それで彼女は
マヤさんがとても気に入っていた男の子がいて、彼女はその子といつも一緒にいました。
Felt it in my bones.
二人とも綺麗な子だったので、セットで人気があったというか。
It's Towa. Oh. Screw this lady.
でも、
not you, Hasagawa.
二人で逃げ出そうとしたみたいで、連れ戻されているところを見ました。
それから
男の子の方を店で見たんですけど、女の子は見かけなくなりました。
Fujieda pulled out his cell phone and showed something to Hasagawa.
これに見覚えは？
She gazed at the screen and paused, trying to remember.
このぬいぐるみ、見たことがあります。その女の子が持っていたぬいぐるみに似ているような気がします。
そうか。
I'm so sad. At this, Fujieda lowered the phone as if in defeat. What did she say just now? Stuffed toy. I swallowed my saliva as my condition sharply worsened. Fujieda must have shown Hasagawa a photo of the bunny toy, which proved that he was the one who took it from my apartment.
マヤさんのお店のことは高里組がずっと隠し続けています。マヤさんが亡くなった後、榊さんに店のことは絶対に誰にも言うなと念を押されました。私もずっと高里組に監視されていて、心安らぐ日なんてありませんでした。昨日あなたがバイト先へ来た時もマヤさんの話をするつもりはなくて、でも初めて第三者からマヤさんについて聞かれて当時のことを思い返したら、私は自分が思っている以上に後悔しているということに気がついたんです。たくさんの子供たちが物のように扱われて傷つけられて、それを私は 黙って見ていた。自分の身に何が起こるかわからないから怖くて言いなりになっていた。あの店のことを暴いてほしいとは言いません。相手は高里組ですから。でも独りよがりだと分かっていても、せめて誰かに話したくて。話したところで許されるとも思っていませんし、懺悔にすらならないことも分かっています。それでも一人で抱えていくにはあまりにも辛かった。
Man, she's ready. She said, if I go, you guys gonna hear me? I'm peacing out. She let out a muffled sob. As her shoulders shook, Taku quietly reached out to her.
少し休んだ方がいい。
He and they watched over her with mournful looks on their faces. Meanwhile, all emotion had vanished from Fujieda's expression. That brief glimpse of distress had disappeared behind a blank slate. I'll bet, one too pale to pass as stoic.
今日はもうここまでにしよう。
Taku spoke sharply, then approached Fujieda and lowered his voice.
あんた、分かってるのか？これは見せしめだ。高里組は彼女を簡単に殺すことができる。なのに、こうしてわざと生かしてここへ運び込ませた理由、あんたも分かってるはずだ。
Fujieda didn't answer. Instead, he headed for the door. I started to follow after him. However...
Towa!
My body failed to cooperate, my vision tilted sideways. Taku and Ray dashed over and caught me before I fell.
やだ、Towa。すごい汗。
レイ、長谷川さんを見ていてくれ。俺はトアを部屋へ連れて行く。
わかった。
Taku put my arm around his shoulders and started walking slowly. Through the haze of my mind, I could see a flickering image of a little girl. Izukime. She looked at me and smiled. We sat face to face in the red room. She beamed from ear to ear as she took my hand in both of hers. Her hands were so warm it nearly made me smile too. She was wearing a pretty dress, and she was very happy about it. Likewise, I was wearing fancy clothes too. We matched, she seemed to say. Just then a red fissure shot through my vision. Everything in my sight was splattered with red paint. When it cleared away, the girl was sobbing. Someone had grabbed her by the hand and was leading her away from me. There in the empty space she left behind. Lay a forgotten plush toy. I awoke from the nightmare slick with sweat. Slowly I sat up. For once I actually remembered what had happened. After all, it matched what Hasagawa had told us. Deep down, I had a feeling I would dream about it. I looked around the quiet room and attempted to wake up. The damp smell drew my attention to the window. I could hear a trickling sound beyond the closed blinds. Apparently it was raining. Then I looked up at the clock ticking soundlessly on the dark wall. It felt like I'd slept for days, but in reality, not much time had passed. I rose from the sofa and left the room without even pulling my coat on. I could only hope that the rain would wash away this miserable mood. As I passed by the second floor on the way down the stairs, I heard sounds coming from the medical ward. I figured Taku was probably treating Hasagawa, so I kept walking. Arriving on the first floor, I left the building through the front entrance. Sheets of rain fell from the dark, stagnant sky, soaking my whole body in an instant. My waterlogged clothes grew heavy and clung to my skin while my hair stuck to my face. But I didn't care. I set off down the empty street. As I wandered aimlessly, I spotted the park up ahead. The sight of the abandoned playground equipment was almost tragic in a way. I wandered into the park, crossing the muddy earth. I was headed to the concrete tunnel just up ahead. Whenever I hid myself in there, Fujieda would come find me. It had happened twice now, and on both occasions it was raining. When I reached the tunnel entrance, I crouched down. I thought it was empty, but in fact someone was curled up inside. He was wearing a business suit and his wet coat lay balled up next to him. It was Fujieda. He sensed my presence and looked up at me. His polished glasses were dotted with raindrops, and his usually tidy hair was sticking to his forehead. His expression was utterly zombified. Fujieda looked at me and his pale lips parted. Who? Little girl? His voice was so quiet. I wasn't sure he was even talking to me.
全く逆の極悪非道な悪女じゃないか。
He was looking at me, but he wasn't seeing me. He seemed to be talking to himself.
妹はただ普通に生きていただけだっ
It's
た。
his sister.
何の罪も犯してはいない。なのに気の触れたけだものどもの醜い性欲を満たすためにそんなくだらない理由で
His smoke. Out of nowhere, he lunged at me. I landed on the wet ground, flat on my back. The impact made me squeeze my eyes shut. Oh, his smoke! When I opened it, Fujieda's twisted grimace was right in front of me. His eyes were filled with seething rage, the likes of which I'd never seen. Idly, it occurred to me that this was the first time I'd seen him express his emotions. I'm emotional and... Focus. I have too many emotions right now. I'm emotional, but... How is he still so attractive? I hate it here. I hate it. I'm supposed to be sad with this information. I'm trying to process. I'm down. Ugh. Okay. Anyway, sorry. Let me take a break because okay. Okay. Through my babbling, somehow I did figure this out as the process came, so I was just like, well, what if Towa is the sister? What if he was actually one person? What if they were actually one person? Oh, what if they were both abducted? What if Towa's not actually the son, like Maya's son? Like, you know, etc, 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 things of that nature, and all that good stuff. And I'm very curious as to why the Takasatogumi protects Maya so much. You know what I mean? Because they have plenty of, you know, things going on and all that jazz. So why is it only Maya they're protecting? And why does Sakaki like her so much? Like, you know what I mean? It's like why is she viewed like their saint or something? Which also means that Rei's work was directly tied to Euphoria then. Which would explain why they didn't just give him his job back when they could have, to help him fix his debt, because there was no more job. Or at least not the kind of job, you know, that Maya had been doing. So, goodness gracious. Oh gosh, I'm so... And I knew it was gonna be Fujieda's sister. His friend's sister. I'm like, there's no way in heck that you were gonna be this angry and this pressing over someone else's sister. I knew it was your sister. So, okay. Oh, I'm so sad. So is Towa not even... Was he not Maya's son? Or was he... He must be the boss's son for sure. Or he has some kind of... It's either they favor Maya, so then instead they favor Towa in some way, or it's the opposite. I don't know. Once again, we gotta figure out that part of the mystery. Okay, let's put Fujieda out of his misery here. He punched me hard in the face. Then a second time. Then the third, my vision swam. After a few more punches, he stopped and growled down at me. His eyes glinted darkly as the rain poured down on us.
お前たちみたいな最低の奴らがいるから妹はお前たちのせいで
I mean, Fujieda, I need you to think. I need you to think! Roaring, he put both hands around my neck. As he crushed my windpipe, I gasped for air. He wasn't playing around. This wasn't a sex thing. He was intentionally trying to kill me. His grip was tight, and with his weight pinning me down, I had no hope of escape. So my only option was to just die. Admittedly, a sudden pointless death was exactly the kind of death I deserved. With that thought, I slowly closed my eye. My oxygen levels depleted further and further. I gasped for breath. But as I was waiting to lose consciousness, the chokehold loosened. Confused, I opened my eye. Fujieda stared down at me mournfully. Was that rainwater streaming down his face, or...
お前を殺したところで言ったか謝れ お前たちの食い物になった犠牲者に謝れよ
He choked the words out, his lips trembling. That I didn't respond. I just gazed back at him. The silence seemed to piss him off. White-hot fury flared up in his eyes.
どうすればお前はもっと苦しむ何をすればいい
As I maintained my silence, he pulled his hands away from my neck and leaned in
殺すなん
close.
てお前にとっちゃ生ぬるいだろとお前よ
Growling, he put his hand on my clothes. As my fuzzy mind melted in the rain, I slowly closed my eye. Slow damage. Oh gosh. Man. Something was buzzing in my ear, like the flapping wings of a bee. For a moment, I was annoyed, but then I realized it was my cell phone vibrating. By the time I opened my eye, it had stopped. Sluggishly, I looked around. I was inside the concrete tunnel. The cold, hard rain had let up. Flexing my numb fingers, I pulled my phone out of the back pocket of my pants. My phone was wet, but it didn't look damaged. On screen, I could see multiple missed calls and messages. I tapped on the message from Taku at the top. Apparently, Fujieda had arranged for Hasagawa to be transferred to a hospital back on the mainland. I had to guess it was his way of repaying her. After all, not even the Takasato Gumi could get to her there. At the end of the message, he told me to be careful of danger on the streets and to let him know when I got home. Be careful of danger on the streets. Biting back a laugh, I slid my phone back into my pants pocket. When I tried to sit up, I felt a sharp pain in my booty that stopped me in my tracks. Then I slowly started to remember what had happened. Fujieda started out of nowhere. Oh, so sad. The last I could remember, I was lying on the ground. So how did I get inside this tunnel? Did Fujieda drag me in here? Why would he do that? He was such an enigma. Maybe even he didn't know what he wanted. But why would he lose his composure over someone else's little sister? According to Hasagawa, the little girl was offered as a service at my establishment, and since I was her son, Fujieda vented his hatred at me instead. Maybe he thought I was in on the scheme. But while the two of us were blood-related, I wasn't involved in her shady dealings whatsoever. The only thing I felt upon learning her business was mild surprise. I wasn't shocked or saddened. I just accepted it. I leaned against the curved concrete and let out a heavy sigh. My clothes were still cold and damp, clinging to my skin and stealing all my body heat. Water dripped from my hair, tormenting me. I gazed out at the night sky. Now that the rain had stopped, the clouds had cleared. Any slight movement made my body ache, so I took time slowly easing myself out of the tunnel. I glanced around but couldn't see Fujieda anywhere. My body started to tremble in the cold. I wanted a cigarette. Unfortunately, my pack was on the coffee table back at home. I stumbled down the street in the direction of the clinic. First floor was dark and deserted. I went upstairs to my apartment and took a hot shower. With every motion I felt a sharp pain, reminding me what Fujieda had done. But I wasn't traumatized by it in the least. Quite the opposite. As the warm water streamed down, I thought back over the encounter. When Fujieda laid his emotions bare, I saw his smoke sway for the first time. His pale, nearly translucent smoke gained a tinge of scarlet and started ripping like waves. Before then, I thought he was unshakable, like some kind of robot. But on second thought, maybe not. Maybe he just protected himself with airtight armor on a daily basis. A shiver ran down my spine. I never met anyone like him at all in my life. I thought back to that time at his condo when I saw his scarred body. A body not entirely unlike my own. Similar yet different. It filled me with a strange impulse. After my shower, I sat down on the sofa and switched on the TV. Now that I got the lust out of my system, I was feeling a bit better. I grabbed my cigarettes and lit one up. As I half listened to the drone of the TV, I exhaled gray smoke like it was any other day. Slow damage. Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay. Let's push a little. Let's see how far I can go. If I reach the next exploration, I'm gonna pause. I have to make myself pause. I woke to the sound of my phone buzzing. At some point I had dozed off on the sofa. No nightmares this time, however. Picked up my phone, checked the screen, and answered the call.
Towa,
Where? Wait, what? Ray's loud, panicked voice made me wince. I was too sleepy for this. Wait, is it? I slowly pushed myself up and looked over at the TV, which was still on. Is it who I think it is? Then I grabbed the remote and started flipping through channels until I landed on a news program. No!
警察の発表によりますと、事務所のそばに何者かが爆発物を仕掛けた可能性があるということで。
An explosion at Fujieda law office. My mind snapped awake and I focused on the TV.
事務所から男性の遺体が発見されたということで、現在警察では身元の確認を急いでいます。
ニュース見た？
ああ。
連絡してみた方がいいんじゃないかしら。藤枝さんに。
あいつじゃない。
Oh yeah, absolutely not.
どうしてわかるの？
こんな手に引っかかるようなやつじゃないだろ。
Fujieda was fully aware that the Takasato Gumi had it out for him. He'd never let his guard down. If it turned out he kicked the bucket just like that, I'd probably burst out laughing. Meanwhile, I watched the smoke rise from the office building on screen. AG. Explosion at Fujieda Law Office. Accident or attack, you decide. Happy New Year, everyone. Keep an eye out on your inbox. I'll be serving even more hot gossip and insightful commentary free of charge. Oh, gosh. After the phone call with Ray, I called Sakaki.
新年早々どうした？
聞きたいことがある。
なんだ？
藤枝法律事務所のことだ。
He paused in contemplation.
とは、俺はな、今うちにいる。
He has a wife and kids.
かみさんとガキも一緒にな。
I also wanted to spend the holidays in peace, Sakaki.
なもんで、その話は事務所でしねえか。そうだな。30分後にどうだ？
わかった。
じゃあ、後でな。
And so the brief phone call ended. Next, I tried calling Fujieda, but all I got was a busy signal. Still, I refused to believe that he was dead. Maybe it was my gut instinct, or maybe I was just being stubborn. Hard to say. All I knew for sure was that the Takasato Gumi was behind it, and I wanted Sakaki to explain himself. On TV, the news kept covering the Fujieda law office bombing over and over. As I listened to the newscaster, I got ready and left the apartment. Oh gosh, I hate coming here. I hate you. Omedetou. Oddly enough, Sakaki was sitting on a sofa in the lobby when I arrived at Takasato HQ. A single Takasato grunt stood in the corner of the room like a statue. Sakaki looked up at me and jerked his chin at the other sofa across from him. I sat down and met his eye level.
で、聞きたいのは藤枝法律事務所について。
Yes. Sakaki reached up and rubbed his neck for a moment, then looked up at me.
俺のせいだと思ってんのか？
I mean, you're the boss.
まあ、あの先生は最近信用できねえんじゃねえかと思ったからよ。
He didn't deny it, which was basically confirmation that he gave the order.
俺たちもそれなりに汚いことをやってきてる。今さら掘り返されたくねえのってな、山のようにある。
But that's a little unusual of Sakaki, though. He must really be up in the Maya
あの
business.
先生、それでもこそこそと嗅ぎ回ってたんで、クビにしたんだ。なに全然懲りてねえからよ。少々荒っぽいやり方にはなるが、ここは少しばかり急を据えてやるしかねえと。まあこう思ったわけだ。わかるだろ。何も殺そうとしたわけじゃねえ。脅しただけだ。
藤枝が調べてたのはマヤのことだろ。
Ah, here it is, I asked bluntly. His expression vanished and his smoke darkened.
腹を痛めて産んでくれた自分の母親をそうやって呼び捨てにするもんじゃねえ。それが本名じゃなかったとしても。お前が母親に興味を持つのはいいが、藤枝に使われてたってことに気づいた方がいい。 利用されてたんだ。
No, like, is she? I'm even starting to question if she's even actually his mother in the first place. I heard the barely suppressed anger in his voice and smirk.
過去形か。殺すつもりはなかったんだよな。
Oh.
身元不明の遺体が出たんだろう。
お前、藤枝が本当はどういう人間か知ってるか？知らないよな。
He let out a steadying breath. Yeah, he definitely did it.
あの男はな、今でこそ弁護士だなんて言って威張ってやがるが、昔はホストやってたんだよ。
What does that have to do with anything, Sakaki? Like, you're a gangster. Like, I don't care.
彼のためなら、男だろうが女だろうが、それこそ年齢も性別も
Towa does that too.
そうやってのし上がって生きてきたんだ。やり方としては間違っちゃいねえが、一部の同業者や客からはえらく嫌われてたらしい。陰で談笑なんて呼ばれてよ。だが、あるホストクラブのオーナーやってる女に気に入られてな。
What is he telling me the story for?
もらいながら勉強して資格を取って検察官になったんだよ。
That's called being smart. Sorry.
その後どういうわけだかすぐに検察を辞めて弁護士になったらしいが、あいつは金と権力の亡者だ。
So you?
マヤのことを嗅ぎ回ってるのも高里組の弱みを握って死ぬまでたかってやろうと考えてたんだろうよ。
No.
わかったか。お前は騙されて利用されてたんだ。
A frigid light filled his eyes as he looked at me. I stared back at
ご
him.
忠告どうも。
He gazed at me a bit longer, but eventually slumped his shoulders and sighed heavily.
それじゃもういいか。神さんとガキをうちで待たせ
I
て
hate you. I hate you
お前
so
も新年
much.
早々そんなに生きり立ってないで休め。
I hope Madarame shows up soon. Like, I need him to like jack y'all up. Having returned to his usual self, Sakaki rose to his feet and patted me on the shoulder. He ordered the man in the corner to lock up after him, then left the building. Apparently that guy was a bodyguard. So I threat to him now? Mulling over our conversation, I rose from the sofa and headed for the door. So Fujieda used to be a male escort. Frankly, I never would have guessed. Turned out he was more experienced with guys than I realized. Emotional outbursts aside, I never expected an uptight guy like him to even think about it. Especially since I had assumed he was straight. Now I had a reason to think otherwise. AG! Right as I was leaving, someone flagged me down. It was AG standing near the door.
今榊さんと話してるって聞いたので待ってました。
Hi, bestie.
ああ、俺も聞きた
I
いこ
feel
とがあ
at
った。
peace with AG here. Good, I was wanting to ask you something. He blinked at me, puzzled.
聞きたいこと？
Really?
何でしょう？
What might that be?
藤枝の事務所の爆破はお前か？
His gaze wandered pensively and then he nodded.
はい、やったのは僕です。でも爆発範囲は極力抑えるようにしました。
命令したのは榊か？
ええ、どうも榊さんは藤枝先生にご退場願いたいみたいで。
He shrugged casually.
僕もやりたくてやったわけじゃないんですけど。でも安心してください。爆発で亡くなったのは藤枝先生じゃないです。
Like Towa said, he knows. He beamed brightly, so Fujieda was alive. Kinda seen it coming, but it's nice to have confirmation. More importantly, however, he stared into Eiji's eyes.
協力するって話は嘘だったのか？
嘘じゃないですよ。トワさんのためだったらいくらでも力を貸します。何か力になれることないですか？
Faced with his jovial smile, I fell silent. Most likely he was serious about lending a hand, but not if it meant going against Takasato Gumi. Between me and the gang, he'd choose the gang. I was better off not putting too much stock in him then. With that mindset, I looked at him.
頼みがある。
はい、なんでしょう。
警察が本格的な調査を始める前に藤枝の事務所を調べたい。できるか？
それってつまり今すぐにでも入りたいってことですよね。
He put a hand to his chin and murmured to himself, then pulled out his phone and started tapping.
深夜なら比較的入りやすいと思うんですが、どうでしょう？
Word.
構わない。
No problem.
そうしたら今夜の26時、深夜2時から1時間だけ入れるようにしておきます。
助かる。
いえいえ。
In time. He looked up and nodded, then went straight back to his phone again. Apparently, he was busy. Regardless of how much faith I put in AG, I was fully convinced that Fujieda was alive. Thus, I decided to sneak into his empty office. I figured I might be able to find whatever intel he'd gathered there. Granted, we were working together, but only for now. There was no trust between us. Quite the opposite, considering he tried to kill me. And while I wasn't upset about it, I did feel entitled to a little revenge of my own. So I left AG to his business and went on my way. Okay. Oh gosh, man. Okay. I have to stop. I have to stop. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh my gosh, have mercy. I feel crazy. That was crazy. Okay. I'm gonna. I wasn't really talking as much as I usually do through the playthroughs, but this part is very long. I think luckily I had a good amount of time to play through this for this part. Okay. As I kind of like mentioned throughout. Oh my goodness. Sorry. Ignore that. As I kind of mentioned throughout the playthrough, I expected Towa's mother to be, I don't even know if it's actually his mother, Towa's mother to kind of be involved in, they had been implying it, you know, I was like, they had been implying that it was essentially like some kind of human trafficking and some very, very terrible things. And they constantly talk about Towa as a child, and I was just like, something is very suspicious. Like, you know, I'm just like, So it also does not surprise me what Maya's business was, but the foreshadowing in which she fulfilled dark desires, and so does Towa, and that his mother and him had both the same ability, that is so like wild. That's so utterly poetic writing wise, because Towa didn't even do it on purpose. He didn't even remember. He doesn't remember anything, and for the they both her and him basically do something essentially the same to its core. It's Fujieda. Fujieda. I'm so sad. I'm so sad for Fujieda and Towa. Because Towa couldn't even be like, you know, in that moment where Fujieda is so angry and he takes it out on Towa. Towa couldn't even be mad. Towa was just like, yeah, I'm in. Like, I'm just like, I feel so bad. It's so sad. And of course, Fujieda was gonna be like my friend's sister. He was gonna be like my sister, you know, because then, you know, gosh. Oh, this last chapter is so good, but I'm so sad. Oh, it's so sad, but I don't know. That's kind of like, but if Towa is the other boy though, like the boy that she was talking about, that's even worse. So she was willing to even use her own son for like the gross vibes, you know? Yeah. Also, Sakaki is like full of crap. He's like, he used to be an escort, and I'm like, so? Like, Sakaki acts like he's not like a gangster who like kills people. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and then like he puts people in money matches. Like, you're full of crap. I hate. Like, I'm so glad I don't have to look at Tono's face this chapter, because, you know, put both Tono and Sakaki like any sympathy or empathy I had, that's it. And also, I want to know why Maya, like, why is she looked upon as like so saintly? You know what I mean? I'm so curious. It's kind of sussy if you ask me, but anyway. All right. I'll close off my thoughts. This has been a very long. Honestly, I just wanted to finish in this one go, but I'm very tired, and I better, if I don't want to pass out like Towa style. I'm sorry, Towa. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I did not think I would be this thirsty over Fujieda. He is so hot. He's so attractive, and focus me. I can't. He's so attractive and I hate it. So I'm so sorry. I know that emotional part was supposed to be me being emotional, but then I was like, oh, he's kind of sexy. I'm like, stop! So sorry. You can laugh at me, please. I'm so sorry. But okay. So, oh gosh, we're wilding out here. So, thank you so much for joining me, everyone. I'm finally getting to the last little bits of Slow Damage. Next time I might actually cover Rei and Taku's bad endings first, and then we will continue Fujieda and the final route, because I would like to kind of end us on a high note, I guess. So yeah, as always, thank you guys so much. I appreciate you guys for vibing with me. I love this game so much. I'm so glad I decided to do this for YouTube. YouTube exclusives. You know. So okay. As always, don't forget, please check out You Can Smooch Tho, my my podcast about all things boys love and other related items, available on Spotify, Amazon Music, Apple Podcasts, and will be coming to YouTube podcast soon. Oh gosh, thank you so much again, everybody. I will hopefully see you in the next installment of Slow Damage. We're gonna see if I can let's see if I can hit 25, part 25. I would like to hit 25, make it lucky, but if not, we'll see. We'll see how far we can get in this, in the rest of this game. But we have a bit of story left, I can tell, because there's still quite a few things we still need to find out. And Fujieda is currently MIA. We'll just have to see how this all plays out. Thank you so much, everybody. Stay happy, stay healthy, stay well, and I will see you guys next time. Bye bye. Good night. Night night.